Hello, you're all welcome. It is Matt, ESC United, your favorite Eurovision channel, and this is the first dress rehearsal for the grand final. I hope you had some time to rest, probably not after the eventful things that happened last night. Well, touche. We got to move on. So much to talk about the grand final. The first dress rehearsal is taking place in just a moment, and I'm here to guide you through the process right here, straight out of Liverpool. And Gabe is, a little late, but he'll be here in a few minutes to join me for this live broadcast. So I cannot wait to see what's going on. Now, you all have seen the performances for the most part, but it's very important is also to see if they're, what the Innovel acts are, all the other things, and of course, the fake voting in addition. Very important. Tonight there will be the jury show. The jury show is very important because unlike the semifinals, we actually have juries that will vote 50% of the results coming from tonight's performance. That means all the acts have to give 110% because the juries are especially nitpicky about things. With televoters, you can almost get away with a few things here and there, and not so much with the juries. So, especially tonight, the show starts at 9 p.m. Central European time. Hope you'll be there for us as well. So, I'm excited. Now we get just the first run through. And the nice thing is, I don't have to describe every little performance here in detail for you because you have seen it. You have it seen on screen. But what we'll do is we talk through, we can answer your questions a little bit more, have a little bit more of a relaxed environment, and of course, comment on everything in between and all the updates. So the show will start in about 10 minutes, and then we'll go for all of that together. I could not be more excited, and I am kind of moving back and forth between things. So, because a lot is happening. In case you just logged on, there were some major breaking news just a few minutes ago. And if you have not seen it, I'll give it to you. You hear right here, right now, Luxembourg is returning to Eurovision next year. Eurovision 2024 will have at least one returning country, and that is Luxembourg. They have not been part of the family since in over 30 years. Their most recent participation was in 1993. So having them back is a major, major deal. Yes, it's not the biggest country in the world, but it's still a huge part of the contest history. They were there, so one of the originals in 1956, and they have 5 wins under their belt already. So they have to win twice, and they're all caught up to Ireland already. I said in the video that I posted, it's kind of crazy because they've been gone for over 30 years. And in that time, countries like Spain or France haven't even won. Now watch them come back and win like a few years into their reign. So I think that is wonderful news. And I'm really, really hoping that this is going to be some sort of snowball effect for other countries to even expedite their return. Looking at you, Monaco, looking at you, Andorra. I know that other countries may not be quite as enticed by it. Slovakia has different issues. Bosnia-Herzegovina has different issues. Turkey has different circumstances. So those things are not playing as much a part into it. But I think this is great because just a few years ago, those who were in charge in Luxembourg said they will never return to the contest because there is just no way for a small nation to win the contest, which was, of course, not based on facts or data. It was just an emotional statement, an inaccurate one on top of that. So, but yeah, so I am super excited about that. So that gave me like a really nice boost, and this gets straight into the year of 2024 for Eurovision. We're still working on 23. We don't have a winner yet. But yeah, so that is where we're at. So I just wanted to share that with those who were not aware of this. So other than that, I was going to ask Gabe about his thoughts on the running order and all of that stuff. But what do you think, Gabe? Wow. Okay. So how's your graph doing? Is that so? Wow, that is great. Like you finally make sense. So yeah, I am super excited and I cannot wait. So we're going to have the full run through today, starting with the opening act, everything that's going on. The first run through often is a little slower because, that's where they really figure things out and all of that stuff. And just hang on tight, but that gives us a lot of time just to chat. And as always, I want to appreciate and thank everyone who really supported us just for the past not just the past couple of weeks, but throughout the year and years, because, there are plenty of other wonderful outlets out there that you can go to. And I really appreciate you actually choosing us. And I think that was the knock at the door. So I think I actually have to get up and let somebody in. I wonder who it is. Room service. Oh my God, it's room service.
Good morning. It is still the morning.
It is. It is. And I'll talk to you in just 2 hot seconds. But first, I want to also I was just thanking all our followers for supporting us. I want to also give a quick shout out to Sonia, who sent us a donation on PayPal. Thank you so much. So thank you for the great content as every year. Greetings from Germany. Thank you so much for supporting us. It is always greatly appreciated because, as I keep telling you, we rely on your help to keep us alive. Gabe.
Hello. Good morning.
How are you?
I am fantastic. I am well rested, would you believe?
Well, yeah.
I've been
based on the time you arrived, I would assume.
I'm sorry. To be fair, we originally agreed 11:45, so I am 9 minutes late, and I deeply apologize to Matt and to all of you for my indiscretion. I have been thinking this morning, if I'm tired this morning, then how must the act who just performed last night be feeling right now? And they now got to do it all again 4 more times.
But do you remember, well, you weren't in the press center, but you heard when all the acts in the grand final had to be there for the results? The fake results?
In 2019.
Yes, Zena.
Yes. Oh, she was such an icon for that, though, to be fair.
I mean, that is certainly. I mean, I don't blame her. That would have been me probably, because that was, I don't know why they made them do that. That was not something I would agree with. Am I supposed to give that to someone later?
Yeah, just give that to Sean, whoever later.
Okay. I'm, again, the key master here, apparently. So that is what's happening. Gabe, real quick before the show starts, we're going to answer some questions.
Yes.
I haven't had a chance. We talked to you briefly online, but your thoughts on the running order?
So there's a lot of things don't surprise me. I mean, I think the big talking point was Sweden in 9th. I think that was always going to happen because of the amount of time it takes to set up the staging. They had to have a break beforehand. I won't get into the ethics of that right now. I think that it's an amazing draw for Finland. It could not be. It literally could not be any better. Last in the half, 3 ballads behind. That's as good as it gets.
Yeah. Although some people think, well, that's bad for. I don't agree with that statement. I'll just let you putting the devil's advocate out there. That while being so many ballads right before him, the juries will punish him even more after such great vocal performances. What are your thoughts on that?
I think not, and we should remember that the juries have been asked to vote for things they found memorable.
Yeah, they have multiple criteria. That's one of them. Vocals is one of them. Then there is the overall package, the originality, the visuals. There are many different things that they take into consideration.
And ultimately, it boils down to which order do I want to put these countries in? Yeah. And the juries will put the countries in the orders that they want to, on the criteria that they've decided in their head. Because ultimately, they have to boil it down to a final list. Yeah. They can put whatever numbers they like elsewhere. If they have a favorite song, they'll make sure that favorite song gets their number 1.
Thank you so much, Darren, for the super chat. Great news about Luxembourg. Let's hope they have some cash to spend, or they will get second slot in the final. Will Hungary also be Hungary is my favorite country. I'm sorry. I'm the master of typos and slip of a tongue kind of things. What did I say yesterday that you all laughed at me for? I don't remember what it was.
It wasn't one of the whole my semi things, was it?
Oh, that was last year. Oh, I do remember. No, I don't want to say on camera. Will Hungary also be back? Hungary is more political than anything else. So I don't think, unless things change within the country, what we're hoping kind of in Turkey for it to happen this weekend. When is the election? In a couple of days, right?
Yes, I believe it's around this week.
Yeah.
we could see the back of Erdogan and hopefully the return of Turkey to Eurovision. As for Hungary, I think obviously we have to stay away from politics in Eurovision. We're in a position where we're not going to see Hungary back unless something changes politically in that country. The current leadership, it is not in their interest to participate in Eurovision.
No,
it does not achieve the cultural and political goals that they are aiming to achieve, which is obviously unfortunate, and I'm sure very few of us are in favour of that government. But until that changes, I would not expect to see Hungary back, which is an awful shame because Adal is a really good competition.
Yeah.
And they produced quality entries.
I know. We'll want them back hopefully soon. Going back real quick, we don't have much time, but to the running order. You mentioned already Finland, fantastic. Any other observations besides? Austria, of course, is like map.
Yeah, Austria. I mean, I think the problem is the first half got so loaded that you reach the point where it's like, okay, we need a big opener. We are running out of non-favoured options.
Mm-hmm.
And so they kind of had to do it. They didn't have much other option but to do it.
Yeah.
And so when I saw it, I was shocked, but also I was like, okay, I'm not 100% surprised. I could kind of see this coming.
Well, I was more surprised the song didn't feel like not upbeat, but it's just a very like whoa kind of song to start the show with, because I thought it was be Poland. Poland seemed to me more like a lighthearted, fun. Sacrificial lamb were the kind of entry that they would consider, right? And that didn't happen. So I was surprised that they chose Austria, because it is not jarring is the right word, but certainly a very dramatic beginning. How about Croatia, like second to last, right before UK?
Yeah, I think again, and what you've ended up with such a heavily laden first half in terms of favourites, it's given some really plum spots to the kind of spots like I would expect Finland to be in Lithuania or Croatia's spot if they were in the second half, for example. I think the thing is, though, in the position, and I know some people are saying that Finland's running order perhaps suggests the producers would like them to win, and someone said that in chat. I personally disagree, just because I think there is nothing else when you have two runaway favourites, basically. The very few people think anyone else is going to win other than those two. You have to, with Sweden, you have to give them that slot there. There is nowhere else they can go. Like literally, you can't move them.
Yeah,
it's a non-negotiable because of
unless it would be first.
Yeah, unless. It's
but
first.
That would be very dramatic.
Imagine the meltdown of Sweden first, and Finland. And then you put the other favorite as far into the show as you can. Yeah, it's just the thing you do. If you do anything else, you'll be accused of firebombing one or the other.
Mine's already 12. Time flies so fast. We're gonna you have that up in case it starts, right?
Yeah. Okay. Nothing yet.
Perfect. So I'm going to bring up my headphones as well. And I might need your help in a moment, Gabe, because with that stupid internet here at the hotel, I cannot start the live stream.
Oh, yeah.
But so I have to switch the phone, then start it, and then switch back to the hotel, and then it keeps running. It's just so stupid.
Interestingly, it worked for me today. I'm not sure why.
Oh, no. My headphones broke.
Oh, dear.
Keep talking. Maybe it's in my bag.
Hey, guys. I'm in charge now. Matt's gone. Quick. Break all the rules. Maybe I should drop a few F-bombs, although I do kind of do that anyway. Sorry about that.
It's this thing.
Oh, no, he's back. Forget I said
No,
anything.
I'm not back yet.
He's not back. So dramatic. So if we have any more questions, they haven't started the show yet, so we have a few more minutes. From 1 to 10, how excited are you to have Luxembourg? Well, that does work, but it was also Luxembourg back. 10 out of 10. It's brilliant news for the contest. They have a great heritage. And we shouldn't forget that they have, Luxembourg has a bigger population than Malta.
And Iceland.
Yeah, and Iceland. So it's not nothing. This isn't, you can't make it, you can't draw an equivalence between them and a microstate, because Luxembourg isn't really a microstate. It is a small country.
That's like 650,000 people.
Yeah, but 650,000 people. And also its cultural influence far outstrips the country itself. I mean, they've received plenty of international coverage in the past, for example, for having one of the first openly gay heads of states, and similar. Who is my winner? I make no secret of the fact that my winner is Finland, but let's see what happens. Show still has not started, by the way.
Yeah, so that's why we're trying to, scramble a little bit, because, with the news breaking of Luxembourg, I had to do a video real quick, and I was like, and I was just at Greg's as I was getting a sausage roll. Are they popular there?
Yes. Oh, yes. The sausage
Because
roll.
everyone, I'll get a sausage roll, and then everyone told me, I want a sausage roll. I can't do a British accent. So I was like, I guess that must be popular. Everyone is getting one.
Sausage rolls, yeah, are very popular. I got a steak bake this morning.
I still have a donut. I just had one sausage roll, and then everything happened, and I couldn't eat much. So I may have to nibble on my donut.
And I was going to have a side of Spotify streaming numbers, but then I didn't because they don't mean anything. People are talking about Spotify stream numbers in
because
chat.
Lorraine
got 1.4 million.
Okay.
Finland also got 1 million. It's Trenometal. I'm going to keep talking about Trenometal.
Also, Spotify is a Swedish company.
Well, to be fair, most of Sweden's streams are outside of Sweden.
Oh, really?
So they are getting...
Oh, can you see that?
Yes.
Oh, that's cool. I didn't know that. I don't use Spotify, which is also very important. A lot of people don't use it. You know, so it's just a very specific.
I think it depends, and it's a fair point to raise. My comment was a little tongue in cheek, Sina. Just so you know, I think there is something to it. It definitely suggests if a song is popular on Spotify, obviously that suggests that people are going to vote for it. It's not the be all and end all. The same way the graph isn't the be all and end all. The fan polls aren't the be all and the end all.
Yeah.
Sorry, Matt. The press poll isn't the be all and end all, and so on.
Nothing started yet, right?
No.
Now, so a little late there in the arena, so we have a few more moments to chat. Why is Czechia treated so badly? Musical Muffin is asking. They were in the final 5 times, and all the guy was so in 2016 they were number 2. In 2018 they got 14, which is the first spot of the second half, right? Then in 2019 they got 3rd, which that's not good. Then last year they got 1st, right? And then this time they get 14th again, 1st of the second half. It's a little. I mean, if I was part of the delegation, I'd be like, who do we need to sleep with? What's going on?
I think there's something to this. I think Elizabeth pointing out 14th is still a good spot. I don't think there's such a thing as a bad spot in the second half.
Not necessarily, but it seems.
But I think a lot of this is down to random chance. I mean, they've drawn the first half a number of times, and as a result, we're in this position. If they'd drawn the second half on 2 of those times, that who knows, they might have ended up 19th and 23rd. So I'm not sure I agree on this occasion. But at the same time, I think we all know that clearly the perception of who is going to do well, remember the producers do not have the results when they make the running order.
Allegedly.
The perception of who is going to do well influences very heavily where people have ended up. And I think the Czech Republic may have suffered in that respect a little bit, because I think the one thing that is definitely true is I think their entries have not been given sufficient respect. They've deserved better basically every edition for a good half decade.
Yes, for sure. But at least they are a lot more consistent in their quality and with the qualification. Since 2016, yes, they missed twice, but that's certainly a whole lot better than a lot of other countries. So they are no longer just the underdog, I think.
I remember how far they've come since, I think it's about 2009, up in Romale, which was a complete disaster.
2007, it was 27 and 8. They debuted in 2007, they came last. 2008, they came second last, I believe. And then in the semis, not just in the finals, so wouldn't that be nice? And then, Avon Romale came also last, right? In the semis.
That came last, yeah. Oh, we're getting the dun 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 da 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 da.
Beautiful. So I am going. So you may lose me for 2 hot seconds because I have to switch to my personal internet, my Wi-Fi on my phone, so I can access the live stream and then switch back again. So you may lose me twice real quick. So don't go anywhere. Hold on tight. Hold on tight. As well, because mine is the leading.
Hello. So we're just having a little bit of technical issues, but you should be able to hear and see us nonetheless. I'm going to talk you through quickly what we are seeing so far. So in the opening, we have Stephania by Kalish Orchestra with a Sam Ryder guitar solo. And Andrew Lloyd Webber comes in playing the guitar, the piano. We have dancers. It's all very exciting. At least I'm very excited. There's lots of shots from the Kiev underground. And we've got Oleg from, I believe it's Oleg from Kalish Orchestra doing the rap verse at the moment. Oh, and we have now a rapper, a British rapper, also rapping on Stephania as well. I'm not sure her name. This is a really cool mashup. You guys are not going to be disappointed when you see this. So they can hear and see. So while that's getting sorted, Matt, we are. So they're all getting on the train in the metro in Kiev. This is all Kalish Orchestra. Obviously, Sam Ryder and so on were not in Kiev. And then now sort of the train is like going through the tunnels and there's disco lights and it's all very exciting. And now we fade to black and we're into the arena. And again, we've got sort of drums, lots of sort of bombastic drums and the Stephania in the background again.
My stream's working now. Thank God.
And the stage is bathed in a deep red at the moment. So lots of drummers going da-da-da-da-da. And here they come. That looks like, yep, Kalish Orchestra on stage. They're appearing in two multicolored hands. Like how about
okay.
Now? Oh, here we go.
Oh, was off the entire time.
Yes.
I didn't push that. You pushed that, didn't you?
I don't remember doing it.
Well, there goes that plan.
So we've got the wrong. I need to show hide. There we go.
What happened now?
It's all correct. All as well.
So give a quick rundown of what you saw that we discussed on the
So we are still watching Kalish Orchestra perform.
It was a mashup, you said, of songs, right?
Yes.
Because they hit nothing of what you said earlier.
Oh, really? So it was we had Stephania with guitar solo from Sam Ryder. We had Andrew Lloyd Webber playing the piano. There was a guest rap verse from a British rap artist who I didn't recognize. And now we're getting a sort of Kalish Orchestra-led medley of Ukrainian music on stage. I'm back to Stephania again. Can you hear it?
Yeah. I was just, I'm trying to go, hear you and see the chat. So it's, and then with the music, it's like a lot. Back in the day, we could just have it in the background.
Mm-hmm.
Back in the day, last year. So forgive us for some of the technical difficulties. But hopefully we are back because all I had to do is switch internets like twice for my live stream to work. It's just the joy. I feel like we need to get our own lounge next year.
Yeah. Yes, the ESC United. I don't know. What's a brand rival to Lush?
Rash. No. Lush.
What other company? What other companies make bath bombs?
I don't know what Lush is.
Lush is what
I know where Lush. We blocked said Lush, but I don't know what they are.
Lush is a company that sells like bath bombs and stuff. The ESC United Body Shop Lounge. That's it. Gotcha.
Oh, see, I didn't know what Lush was. Body Shop, I do know.
or whatever.
The Gregs. We do the Gregs version.
The Gregs Lounge. Yes. No, that.
Weatherspoons.
They share our colours as well, blue and yellow. So.
Oh, that's true. We do the Weatherspoons.
No, not Weatherspoons. The boss of Weatherspoons is a.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, he's a.
Oh, okay. Never mind then. Let's go Manscape. Let's go to Manscape.
She says the rapper is Bree Runway.
Okay. So that's the opening. Yeah, the flag parade now. No, at first, right? Oh, it's really loud, like electronic guitar or something like that.
Lots of white flashing like the stage, and it's like exciting.
Yeah, you see like lots of lights, black and white triangles on screen. Electric sound-ish.
All right, let's see what's going to happen next.
Lots of lights, black and white kind of.
And now we're into the flag parade.
Oh, Austria! You see the flag like in the back as I walk in,
and it becomes a strip for them to walk down, like they're walking down a red carpet, and it shoots all the way down the middle of the stage, all the way out to the satellites.
Then Austria goes to the right, Portugal to the left, and they all bring their flags. There is Switzerland.
They're not hanging around here. They're really churning through them.
Yes, there's Poland. Yeah, did you see like Serbia walking out, and you see already the next country almost like basically behind, and they may have to time that, space that out a little bit because it seems a little rushed. Now it's a little better actually already. France. And yeah, so you see the lights, the stripes in the center that represents the flags, and on the LED screens. What is on the LED screens at the side? Just some effects, right?
Oh, and Goe have appeared halfway through the flag parade. And they're
not halfway through.
Sorry?
Like not halfway through. We're not halfway there yet. We're like at 6 countries.
Goe have showed up 6/26 of the way to the flag parade. That's 3/13.
I'll stay. It's kind of cool that they give them that little moment in between after like the first 6 or 7 countries.
Yep. And now
not halfway through.
The backing track changes to "Sweet Dreams Are Made of This."
Oh yeah. When Blanca comes in, it's "Sweet Dreams." And yes, Sweden, Lorraine. She brings in her stage manure. She has on her back strap the platform. There's Albania.
Cal Mendes.
Lots and lots of people. And there's Italy. Still.
I wonder if Lorraine, because of her nails, she wasn't holding a flag, but how would you hold anything with nails that long?
It's above my pay grade, which is already 0. Yeah. Okay, there's Finland. They're all right. A lot of them are not wearing even their stage outfits yet. Which they would.
And now we've got Jamala 1944.
It's a guy. It's a stand-in for Jamala after Italy, right?
Yeah.
No, after Finland.
Yes. There is a man looking very serious holding a microphone. He's like,
it's my dream job. And she's going to sing 1944. Yes, and he's doing it. It's just, I want to do that. That was my dream job. I quit. I'm going to delete ESC United's website if I could do that once.
Okay, don't make Martin Austin
I know.
Offer like that. He might take
I know. Okay, now after Jamala sings for like 2 seconds, that's where Czechia comes in. They're doing like the crown thing. What, do you recognize this song now? There's some electronic sound.
And the Australians have brought some Aboriginal flags as well. The flag of the Aboriginals, which is red and black with a yellow circle in the middle. They're rattling through this pretty quick.
Yep. So this is Armenia now. She's number 17, I believe, right, in the running order. And Pasha brings his flute friend with him.
Vlad, I think his name is.
Yeah, I forget his name.
Ukraine.
Oh, there's only the. Oh no, they're both there.
Just one of them was like.
He was running late. He's like catching up to the other guy.
Oh, what?
What was it?
One of the guys from Fortune went the wrong way.
Oh.
And Julius sort of like called out to him. He was like, "No, this way. You need to go this way."
Now it's Tina Carroll singing.
Yes.
Doing some exercise on the floors. She's singing her like a a revamped version of her entry from 2006.
How old is she? She looks amazing.
I would think, I mean, if she was 20 then, she must be in her mid-late 30s now. That's why I came. She's some dancers with her around her then. It's all very heart-shaped, her performance.
Oh, now we have Song 2 by Blur is the new background music as Germany comes out. They're not in.
Oh, I didn't recognize it. I'm like, oh yeah, it is.
It's really funny.
Oh, you're like a few seconds ahead of me. That's awesome.
Right. And Monica is wearing her "I only date people who know where Vilnius is" t-shirt.
And there's Israel. She's number 24. No, what is she? 23. Yeah. So yeah, Slovenia's 24.
That's a great draw for Slovenia. Actually,
yeah,
really, really good.
It's a very active ending of the show. And there's Croatia.
And my stream's crashed.
Oh, that's just unfortunate.
So we presume May Muller has followed. Oh, there we go. It's back. So we presume May Muller has followed.
Yeah. And crashed too, so it was probably everybody.
And
then there's Verka Seduchka comes out.
But Verka comes out so fast that May Muller is practically chased off stage.
Come by.
And
she's singing Lasha Tumbai.
Verka is still saying Lasha Tumbai, but it wouldn't surprise me if
I know that she switches it up. But that would be Verka is such a big part of Eurovision now. She's not going to completely ruin that.
Well, that's true. But I think she's such a big part of Eurovision that she can get away with a lot more than other people.
True. Big fireworks at the end. And then the parade ends. So we get a bunch of Ukrainian artists. I like it. How do you feel about that?
I enjoyed that a lot. It was a really nice... And the fact that we were alternating between Ukrainian artists performing and then some British songs mixed in. You know, I think all of it really nicely reflected the sort of uniquely... the sort of unique nature of this of the contest of of having this sort of mix of Ukrainian culture and British culture together for this, and I thought it reflected it really nicely. I thought it was very tasteful as well the way they did it.
Yes, because it had the British like in between songs, right? Yeah. But then the artists from Ukraine that actually performed, and it was just really nice to watch. Yeah, so I really like that.
And the addition of our dear friends, our great national hero, Sam Ryder, made me very, very pleased.
Well. I know. I was talking to my you guys as I was leaving the press center yesterday to meet up at your place to record the video. Sam Ryder was giving a concert outside. They were like, why are these bunch of people that for some reason, maybe they were rubbing it in, but they were waving EU flags?
Oh, because they were being handed out. There's been an activist group that's been handing out EU flags all week outside the arena, which is just I know not this is a really finicky reason to roll my eyes at this, but
they're showing us the scoreboard randomly right now.
But if I go through
that scoreboard, forgive me, the running order. So I will really like that flag parade. You will all like it. Of course, it was messy right now because people were walking out too fast or the timing wasn't quite off, but that's why they rehearse it. So I would not worry about that part. That's one of the least concerning things in the world. Is this the jury show? Somebody's asking. No, this is the first dress rehearsal. This is the first time they're really doing a lot of testing because it's the first time everyone is around.
Yes.
Like they know the running order, they know the participants. They didn't know until last night. So there's a lot of testing going on. Yeah.
And for the and the big thing is for the stage crew. So this rehearsal, the main beneficiaries of it are not the artists; it's the stage crew. The artists, by this point, they've all performed it already. They've all performed it live already. They all know their steps. But the stage crew need to learn the changeovers fast.
The camera people, like the cutters, with the cutting room. That's so many things. Like all of these people,
they have so much more time to practice those things for the semifinals because they received the draws earlier. They have freedom of the freedom of the city in essence for a lot of the staging. There's some dancers in the crowd at the moment.
Yeah. So people are asking if there's no audience. This is a closed first dress rehearsal. Only the press has access. Some of our folks like Sean's in there. No, Sean's actually not in there this time around.
He's in the press center.
Yes. Melanie's in there. Roy and Connor, I believe. So somebody asking, can countries change anything in their stage before the final? Short answer, no. There's very little they can change. Maybe some lighting issues that were issues in the semis, like this was not working correctly. We got to fix that. But there's very little they can change. Camera work is all set at this point.
Yeah, there's a few things they can fiddle about with if they're within the artist's personal control. So, for example, I mean, the obvious one is they can sing it differently if they want to. You know, one good example of this is John's Tears sung the big note in Tout l'univers
in the jury show
differently in the jury show. To how he did in the live performance. Other changes you can change if you want. You can dress differently.
No,
provided that you have. Really, I thought because Monica Linkity has used a different dress in every single performance she's done.
Yeah, but not at this point anymore.
Does she have to use that one?
Yes. Okay. That must be a very unique circumstances, like the dress burned down or something like that, you know, or something that really, really complained the delegation. So it's very rare that you can do a costume change at this point. Has it happened before? Probably, but it's very, very rare.
You do sometimes get camera changes, you know, where delegations can press for things because if you're a delegation, you've repeatedly asked for changes.
Yes.
And they haven't been made.
But at this point, even camera cuts is very, very, very difficult to get through. When you see these performances, they compare the semi and the final performance, you know, they're almost identical.
But for example, we know the French delegation are complaining.
Yes.
Zara confirmed that on Twitter.
To be fair, they haven't had a semi-final performance yet, you know, so that's a little difference with the direct qualifiers.
Well, that's true, but they've had as many rehearsals as everyone else, and they have a performance that's been published online.
That is true. But they haven't had an actual, you know, performance yet, so that's maybe a little different. Plus, you know, they're always when I say there's always an exception, like the UK doesn't get a clip online exception, you know, that kind of thing. It does happen, but the rule is. Albania 2004 changed dresses for the finals, and producers weren't happy. Even 2004, they were mad. And now, almost 20 years later, it's even more strict.
Things are a lot more military than they used to be.
Yeah.
And the producer, Sticky, is his name. Seriously, that's what they call him.
Sticky?
Sticky.
Oh, okay, really?
The producer, Sticky, is currently wandering around on stage. He's got a suave little hat this morning as we see the running order.
Yeah, they're just testing the screen right now. We see the running order. We saw the audience. There were some dancers doing stuff. So just hold on tight. What is the French complaining about? Do you know? Well, I don't know all the specifics, but I do know we were promised a different sound and different angles, but whatever that means. Because clearly the French are very, what's the best word to use? Perfectionist.
That would be one way of putting it. No, I actually think it's fair enough in some ways to, in some ways, if things are really not what you were expecting and not more specifically not what you asked for, then it's more than reasonable to ask for some change. I mean, for example, some of you may have seen that on the UMK channel, that's the Finnish national final channel. They've been putting out these little mini documentaries about Kadia's journey, and the most recent one has shown some behind the scenes stuff after the first rehearsal, and he's basically they've screwed everything up, they've ruined it.
I would love to know what did they screw up though? It didn't look to me like that, but maybe they had different closer camera, because I would say some of because the song is so amazing at the end, the last third, it feels like it loses a little bit of energy. But I feel like it's because the camera shots this a little bit far out at times. That's how I perceived it, at least. So I'm not sure if that's what it was or what he's talking about. I don't know.
So I think some of the camera shots were not what they were hoping for. Obviously, it's a very tiring song, but I personally have less concerns about the energy of it live in the moment.
True. No, yeah, but I would have hoped. I'm not saying this is going to be a deal breaker. You know, I'm just saying that it's something that I have noticed. That doesn't necessarily mean I'm completely concerned about it.
It has been noted.
And I do agree one thing. France asked for more reverb of the sound, and I believe some change in the lights to make it perfect. Because, the sound, I will say, she sounded great, but it wasn't as grand as I thought it was going to sound. It was almost like a little muted. And it sounded like she was singing, but it didn't carry that way to the microphone. That's what my perception as well. But it's all just a little bit of speculation based on our observation and what we hear through the grapevine.
We'll see for ourselves shortly, because France is number 6.
6 again.
Again, 6 at Junior Eurovision, 6 here.
And 6 last year.
Yeah.
I mean, Eurovision at least is a smaller number, you know, so it may not be significant, but yeah, 6, but they did win in Junior, you know.
Well, you know, I think with the I think it would be funny, and I think it's actually quite possible outcome if she ended up finishing 6th as well.
I mean, it's not an impossibility. But
I'd say that's bang in the middle of her range in terms of where she has the potential to finish. It's going to be somewhere between, you know, 3rd and 9th, in my opinion.
Yeah. When you say they can't change camera cuts anymore, it's because it's forbidden by the rules, or have they the right to do so, but it's very complicated to do so? It's mostly, I'm not sure about the former, but definitely the latter 100% applies. Maybe there may be even something in the rules, but it's just too complicated to change that. One change in camera affects virtually everything else that follows after that. And that you need to take consideration. Any movement, any camera look, because if you do say 1 second longer on one shot, you have to take a second away from something else or completely delete another shot, whatever it may be. So it becomes very complicated. And again, it doesn't just affect the artist, it affects the camera people, it affects the lighting people, it affects everybody. Yeah. So it's not that simple. It has to be if you do it, it has to be very specific, and it has to be
yeah, and I think it's important to remember that we have dozens of performers per song, not just the ones who are on stage, dozens, and they all have to rehearse too. So if one thing gets changed, it might be if you change a camera shot, then suddenly a movement in the stage scenery might no longer be possible because a member of the stage crew will be visible in the new camera shot.
Yes.
So then the stage crew have to re-choreograph everything to accommodate for that.
It's crazy.
So all these things have knock-on effects.
Yeah.
And so small changes, and I mean really small changes are possible, but beyond that, it gets very firm very quickly. Yeah. Big changes are only really possible between first and second rehearsal, and maybe between second rehearsal and first live performance.
So now we're still testing the boards and stuff and the lights. There's nothing happening in there. So lots and lots of testing. And it'll be much more smooth tonight. This is really the one. This is the first time it's said where they all have everything put together, and it takes a little longer, which I love that part only because you see, you know, it feels very behind the scenes.
Yeah. You see them all sort of sticking it all together. It's nice in some ways.
Yeah. So what do you expect from Luxembourg in 24? I'm so happy they're returning. Is there something that you expect from them?
I'm not sure what I expect exactly, but because this is a plan that has been endorsed by the government, it's not like a broadcaster just gone, we're going to do this. It's like the government has gone, we are going to fund our broadcaster to do this.
And the previous government leaders, they were against it. I said that earlier. So you have now supportive people. That's good.
But it would suggest to me, obviously, Luxembourg is a very rich country as well. So I would expect that. I don't think they'll have the biggest budget, but it's not going to be nothing.
It's not going to be Albania's limitations. And I mean, in terms of music, I don't know. We haven't seen them in the new era of Eurovision, so it's going to be a big question mark. Of course, they have some support. They have a little block now too. They have Netherlands, Belgium, and Germany to a certain extent, right? This could be a little like a voting block there in the making.
I think the key voting block we need to look for actually is that something like 20% of the population of Luxembourg are Portuguese.
That too, yeah.
So
I forgot about that.
What you can expect is probably some high scores going to Portugal from Luxembourg.
Luxembourg did not exist in the televote era. They last took part in 1993, so they never had that voting exposure, by the diaspora.
Yeah.
So that is certainly something. It's new. We'll all find out next year.
We've been interesting. We've got some Luke Black's graphics have flashed on
screen. Oh yeah, enemy defeated randomly. And yeah. Nobody's singing, people asking. No, it's just really just testing screens, testing lights, and all of that stuff. It's the boring part, but I kind of get a kick out of it. But I'm a loser. Why do you think would be the place what Noah Kirel is going to reach? I don't know yet. I will have tonight. We'll get the jury show, and I feel like I have a better idea because she is surrounded by so many upbeat songs, and which one is the one that will really captivate people? Is it going to be her? Is it going to be Germany? Is it going to be Slovenia? Whatever it may be, Croatia. So there are lots of attention-seeking songs. I don't know how else to describe it. So give us some time to get a whole idea of the flow. But she certainly has, I think her odds only have increased since the running order was released.
I would say so. I mean, I think with Noah, she's an extremely professional performer, and the song is performed extremely well. She's, her main rivals are quite far away from her in the running order.
Yes.
So she'll stand out. I think a win is not happening, but I think
it's a win now, but
top 5 is a possibility.
Yeah, it's a possibility, and I think with everything, how the stars are aligning, it certainly have increased for her. But again, she can sing, obviously, so I don't expect her to be destroyed by the juries, but there's so many jury-friendly songs as well, so I'm not sure exactly how it goes. So we'll see.
So it looks like they're preparing for Austria now, because they've put the graphics. They're not showing the postcard, but they did put some of the graphics on screen.
Yeah.
It looks like they're sort of working through things one by one.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, interesting. There's a new, a different banner just appeared at the
Oh,
bottom.
I missed
different type of. Hopefully it'll come back, but it was a different, more minimalist song. Next song banner that appeared at the bottom.
Yeah.
So we'll see which one they use, but it looks like they prepared 2 options.
Oh no, that's the same one though.
Now there's a banner that says Austria winner Eurovision Song Contest 23.
Oh, spoiler!
We can all go home, guys.
Breaking news! Belgium won.
Belgium
won. Now Belgium's the
has
winner.
won Eurovision.
Sorry, Austria beat Austria. Belgium is now the winner of the Eurovision Song Contest 2023. Or maybe they have a tie.
Yeah.
Oh no, never mind. The Netherlands. The Netherlands have won the Eurovision Song Contest 2023. Twist there.
In a last,
they got the wild card back into the finals, and they won in the end. That's why I love this stuff. Who else wins? Oh, they're done. So I guess it's official. The Netherlands.
Speaking of songs getting wild cards, an interesting idea that some of us were discussing yesterday. Now, I don't know what I think of this, but I'd be curious to hear what you think, Matt, and what the audience think while we're waiting.
About what?
Is the idea of the artists voting on increasing the number of qualifiers from 10 to 11, and then they're starting. It looks like they're doing the opening sequence again.
I think they're doing the flag parade again. Yeah.
Anyway, we'll let them get on. We'll let them get on with that.
Yeah.
As I was saying, the idea of adding an extra qualifier and having it voted for by the artists.
Why?
So that the artists, to give them more of a say in the competition, so that the artists have an opportunity to save one act per semi-final.
No,
not a fan.
I'm an anti-fan.
Okay.
Yeah, that's not their job. Like, why? And then, no, that becomes a miscongeniality contest.
Yeah.
No. Austria. So they're in the flag parade again.
And they're making them all walk out again.
Oh, well, that's part of it. They know that. So, I mean, that's... Yeah, so we're going to go for the whole flag parade again. If you have any questions about it, we'll let you know. But, yeah. Why do they do that?
So we're now probably 20 minutes behind schedule.
Yeah, but to be fair, they also schedule extra time for the first rehearsal always for that exact reason. They're still smiling. They're all good sports, but this is also like a once in a lifetime thing. This for a lot of the artists in particular. So it's just part of it. They knew what they signed up for. So
Go ahead, gone.
Goa's gone. Yeah, they're showing the blank, empty stage, and just playing the song. Like when you're doing the, just don't know what they're hearing because we cannot play the sound.
Well, you just have to trust us. We're popping along.
Yeah, and in case some people asking, they just joined because people come in right now as well. It's basically, it's like 2 of the panel LED panel. Oh, the Sweet Dreams again. Yeah, love that song. I always get distracted. I'm like, I want to listen. But in the center, you see these lights that reflect the what do you call them? These specific lights. How would you describe this? The lights, how they show the lights.
Bars of lights.
Bars of lights. Yeah. They have names. I forgot what their names are. There's bars of lights, and they are in the colors of the flag, and then the LED panels to the side do little the colors flash as well to their sides, the left and right, and then the artists come through in the center. One goes right, one goes left. The next country, then one country goes right, one country goes left, and they had some issues the first time around. That's why they're redoing it. Like neon, like neon light kind of thing. It looks like it, yes, That's a good one. And then now, Jamala is here
has
now.
Arrived.
She wasn't here earlier, but now she is. She probably got stuck in traffic. She's singing 1944. And that was after Finland?
Yeah.
Yeah.
We saw her perform this as well yesterday in the Eurovision.
Yeah.
With the BBC Philharmonic Orchestra.
Oh.
Someone said she overslept like Gabe.
And here I am. I have to be fair, I just think I have to roll out of this bed and get up. I slept in too, though, because I was up late.
Already, you've always been a big party animal, Matt.
You don't even know. I was out the night before until 4 or 5. So yeah.
Where did
Just
you
not
go?
with you guys.
Euroclub or
no? I met friends and we were hanging out.
Oh, look, it's Gustav. Hi, Gustav.
I slept actually at that place because I was too tired to go home.
Oh gosh. Last night we had what someone might describe as a quiet one. We stayed home, but we had some friends over.
That's what I'm saying. Like Sean said, should come over, but I'm like, I have to record the running order video. I'm like, I cannot do that with people, like all these friends over. So I'm like, I can't do that. Otherwise, I would have been there. So we're now at Norway. Sorry. So you can explain it. Alessandra took like Delia's energy, although Alessandra had already plenty of energy on her own, and she was goofing off as she was coming in the flag like. I can't even read it. It was really, really funny.
And now Tina Carroll is singing, but she's not there. The stage is empty.
Yeah. Yellow. Yeah, she's not there either, as you pointed out. But she has done her part. They're good to go. But they're doing the camera shots. It's a revamped, like a 2023 version of an entry, Show Me Your Love. And then we're moving on.
Song 2 by Blur again.
Germany is next.
Must be a bit strange for them having to watch it all go round and round and round in circles.
Yeah. I only date, what did it say again?
I only date people who know where Vilnius is.
Oh, okay. Love it.
And Israel's back, and that's not Noah Carell. That's a
stand-in.
Yeah. A stand-in who's gone the wrong way.
She probably had to go to the bathroom. Yeah, she's looking back like, where do I go? As Slovenia comes out, and she's like, I guess I go right. They probably told her the last second, go.
And here comes May Muller, and she's about to be chased off stage by Verka Sedichka.
But it's only, Verka isn't there either. It's just one random person playing the accordion. And the dancers are there as well.
And the producer is on stage for reasons that escape me. I just saw him wandering around in the corner of the stage.
Yeah. I don't know if it's discussed your thoughts on Austria being the opener. I feel like it's a very strange opener. 2 upbeat songs starting consecutively. I was a bit surprised by that as well. I didn't think that Austria, it sounds like an opener to me, but I guess they're just taking some chances. What I'm more surprised about is that they decided to have 2 upbeat songs back to back in the beginning. And then they have 3 ballads in a row before Finland. You know what I mean? It seems not like a very the idea of having the producer during running order giving that every song having an opportunity to shine rather than using these ballads to give Finland this big like whoa moment.
So I don't mind it because I think that there's a sort of pro and con to it. Having a couple of upbeat songs at the start, you do gain something from.
No, I don't necessarily. I understand
building the energy. By the way, the hosts are on stage, and Graham is here. There's 4 of them tonight.
Joined by Graham Norton.
Graham!
Because he didn't have time for the semis.
He's a busy man, is our Graham.
Huh?
He's a busy man, is our Graham.
Then he shouldn't have signed up for it. Just that simple to me. I'm very much against that, like the special treatment. I'm too famous for the semis.
To be fair, we don't know that that's what happened. It could have been a producer decision.
Sure. Little Norton stand there. Let's see here. Who's commentating, by the way, in the UK then, the finals?
So I believe it is still Graham Norton, but it'll have like Melka Droik or something as a backup.
So it's going back and forth?
I think he might be, yes.
No comment. So they're just doing a quick announcement here. The introduction that you're used to with the 4 hosts. I wish we had 10 hosts. The more the merrier.
Should have a whole army of hosts. They'll say one word each.
One word. Hello and welcome to.
Oh god. So we are actually moving on with the show now, it looks like.
There was some very sincerity the way she said it there right now, doesn't it? Like, Hannah, she was just talking about, because of the war, the runner-up is hosting it, and they're very proud of it, and it felt very genuine the way she said it.
I agree.
So why are so many people against Alicia initially? Like when people like she was hosting, and then they were like, "Oh, Alicia, she's stupid." Do you know what? Is there like a certain?
No, I think there was a certain perception that Alicia Dixon has been associated in the past with shows like Britain's Got Talent, which are considered to be by some a little trashy. But I think the doubts are long gone now. Nobody is saying that. Everyone is very happy with her.
I think she's doing great. She has a lot of bubbly personality, charisma. I like her. I mean, I don't know. Oh, they're showing the list of most wins right now on screen. So Ireland, Sweden, then France, Luxembourg, Netherlands, UK, all at 5, Israel 4, Denmark, Italy, Norway, Ukraine 3. So basically the top 10. Breaking news? Luxembourg. Oh, they're going to make an announcement about Luxembourg. Now watch them win like the first time they return, already passing some of the other countries. I was talking about Spain and France still haven't won in between since they were gone.
Gosh, well, I mean, it would be, for the comedy value, it would be really funny if Luxembourg came back and won before Spain or
I know, right?
France.
Oh my god.
Where would they host though? Does Luxembourg have an arena? Let me check.
Well, they can always pass it to this runner-ups, right?
We probably have it in Maastricht or something.
Is Italy ever going to get a bad running order? They got the bad one before in 2016, wasn't the most ideal one, I believe. Weren't there like 6 or something like that in 2016?
Yes, I think so.
Or something like that. But yeah, they usually get more favorable one, and I pointed that out before. And we don't have time to go into the specifics here, but keep in mind, even though we're going to have live streams today in the evening and also tomorrow, I will have a live stream on Sunday, where we can go into specific as well to discuss the results as soon as I'm in London, because I have to make my way on bus from here to London and take Victoria Station. There's a bus station in Victoria, right?
Yeah.
And then I think I can take the train from Victoria to Gatwick.
Yes, you can.
Okay, perfect.
You can indeed.
And I got a hotel room at the Gatwick airport, and then I'll live stream from there.
So I have just looked it up, and I'm not kidding. The only indoor arena, which is anywhere close to the size, 8,300 capacity in Luxembourg, is called De Coq.
The Coq?
De Coq.
How do you spell that?
D-C-O-Q.
Oh, the dog. I thought you said C.
No. D apostrophe C-O-Q-U-E.
Oh, so I kind of heard it right.
We can have Eurovision in De Coq.
Look how we're so mature here. Welcome to the very mature ESC United live stream. Anyways, we're now moving on.
Austria,
yes. Yep. I read UK, but it was because of the postcard. You all know the postcards by now.
De Coq, sponsored by TikTok. I like that.
Or as I called it before, Dick Talk. Actually,
TikTok is something very different.
The D sound. Anyways, yeah, you know the card. So you know the performance. We're gonna listen in and see how well they sound, but this will be a huge caveat. Because why? It's the first rehearsal. They just performed last night. They need to relax.
Yes, they do. I just farted. Sorry.
You just what?
I just farted. Sorry.
You did? I thought that's what you said. So I'm gonna do this for the next few days. Every day.
God, it's not that pungent.
I mean, for the next few minutes.
What have we got to? Welcome to ESC United. We have dick jokes and fart humor.
It's going so well.
Okay, here we go.
I mean, the energy is great for the song, for a beginner. I just thought it was a little bit too,
I think they'll probably be a little frustrated because, artists who get picked to, go in the first few places always do get frustrated.
Well, yeah.
Understandably so.
Malta was actually very frustrating in 2021 because they were in the top 3 of the betting odds. That was the first time they actually drowned a betting odds favorite. And sure enough, then Malta flopped mostly in the televote, even though they did really well in the semifinals. But there was always one country, there was a few countries that have to be in that position, but it's just always annoying when it's the same.
Coco Universal, you're about to be a star.
Okay, that's all we're gonna do now for the rest of the. Like, we're gonna sing along to the songs.
Yes, exactly.
But how can it feels a little less stressful because you don't have to explain everything that's on screen in detail.
I mean, you guys have seen it before, so we can try and focus on some of the more minute details of it. Like, they sound fine, a little quiet because they're holding back again. But
yeah, they
done
just
this in previous
performed last night. They must be tired.
Yeah. Although, interestingly, I came across, I can't remember who it was. Somebody bumped into them in like a McDonald's queue.
Which one?
Tara and Selena.
Oh, they did? Okay.
Yeah, someone I know bumped into them in the queue in the Liverpool McDonald's a few nights ago. Because remember, they finished so late. If they need to eat afterwards, there's very few options.
Yeah.
Because it's not.
That's where we all were. I was McDonald's. But that's the nice thing about Liverpool because it's so centralized. You bump into the artists all the time. Kind of bumped into Lord of the Rings, Lord of the Lost. I keep saying that.
I bumped into Luke Black 2 nights
ago.
Me
too.
Yep.
Yeah.
I just on the street.
It's just everywhere. I saw. Were you with me? No, Sean Remo. We ran into yesterday.
Who? Sorry.
Switzerland.
Oh, Remo.
Remo. In my body. Oh. So, any questions while we're here at ESC United, we can answer them. But nothing stood out here for Austria.
They seem surprisingly untired, though. Like, they looked fairly full of beans.
Yeah.
To be
I mean, there is a lot of adrenaline going right now because now is the big show, and everyone is so happy that they're there. Portugal, because some people were concerned that Portugal wouldn't make it, and so they're happy. Although, again, a really unfortunate running order for them.
And much like it is for the press wants to get into the streams, and it's just stream all week. You don't really have a moment to stop and think. For the artists, it's a bit like that with the songs. It's just rehearse, perform, sleep, rehearse, perform, sleep for the whole week, and then Saturday evening hits, and then after that, they all just sort of crash.
Yeah.
Some of them managed to make it for a night out that evening, which is, commendable because they must be very tired. But I think a lot of the artists just crash out because they're so tired.
Franz Gall is still one of the best winners of all time. So you have a favorite Luxembourg winners, or you don't even know them all by heart?
Tout est reconnaîtra.
Yeah?
Yeah. It's a very sweet song. Obviously, all of them are long before my time. But also, Poupée de cire, Poupée de sang. Without that song, so Franz Gall's boyfriend at the time told Franz Gall that she performed terribly.
Yeah, but on the phone, she called him, right?
Yeah. And so she dumped him. He wrote a song in French called Comme d'habitude. And an American songwriter heard it, an American artist heard it and thought, hey, this is a good song. I want to sing a version in English. You know what that song was?
What?
My Way by Frank Sinatra.
Oh, really?
It was written by Franz Gall's boyfriend about Franz Gall dumping him because he said she sung badly at Eurovision. Which I just think is the most amazing story.
I didn't know that part. That is pretty cool. Portugal is ready. I mean, she cannot sing badly if she tried, I always said, so.
One remark that I heard a lot about at the pre-parties is every pre-party flawless. She's just insanely consistent.
Yeah.
We mustn't forget she's had, she's been singing for a long time. She's, I think she's 37, 38. So she has a lot more musical experience than some others. And she participated in Festival to Count Child for the first time, I think 22 years ago.
2001.
Yeah.
That's the only time too, though. Like, there's a second time. So it's like, because people try all the time, she didn't return.
Yeah.
And I talked to her about that actually in Barcelona. And she's like, I didn't know who I was, a singer. They're just like, sing the song. I'm like, okay. So she's like, she feels much more, And she had this song for years in her, put away. And and she was like offering to others, and ultimately she said, "You know what? This feels right. The song right here, right now." And sure enough, it did.
And the thing is now, I think for them, the pressure will be off a little.
Yes.
There is obviously being drawn, being chosen to perform second sucks, but it does take the pressure off in some way.
Yes.
Because if it goes wrong, everyone goes, "Oh, well, that's lot."
Yeah.
If you do well, and everyone's like, "Oh, wow, you're
you exceeded expectations." Okay, so let's see. While we're here looking, what favorite songs do you think casual viewers will like, and what ones do you think they'll dislike out of those? Do you think that Sweden and Finland, the favorites, are actually casual friendly, both of them?
Yeah, very, 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 very both. I mean, they landslid the televotes in their respective national finals.
Well, some people always say Finland is such a Eurovision bubble-friendly song, and I disagree with that. And I hear what people would think that way because it's very like, I don't know, feels like a Eurovision song. But there's a reason why Finland is liked by the Eurovision bubble, by pop fans, by rock fans, by alternative fans, and it just has something that people gravitate towards that one. It's more than just that. So that's why I think both of them have the mass appeal. I agree with that. But it's fascinating with Finland because Sweden is maybe more expected for them to be more broadly like, because it's a pop song, beautifully staged, while Finland's a little, whoa.
Out there.
Yeah.
We're now bopping along to the postcard. We're in Loch Ness,
Scotland.
No sign of Nessie. Although I think it would have been a fun Easter egg if they'd photoshopped in the Loch Ness monster into the back of the postcard somewhere.
They should, you mean?
They should have. Yeah. I wish they had.
Just like a little, or even like a shadow that makes it look like almost it is, like a little. But maybe they don't want to push that urban legend,
Remo Fora.
All right. Switzerland getting another lesson. Weren't they fourth? No. What were they in the finals last year? No, they were fourth in the semis, right? No, what? I don't remember. I know they were fairly early, I believe. I don't remember.
Time to Google.
But that's what you get when you send ballots.
So Switzerland last year.
I wonder what made Luxembourg to get on by looking that up on board again. It was years of work on it. It wasn't just like an overnight decision. Management had to change, leadership had to change, the EBU had to be involved in kind of almost like what happened with Italy. It just took even longer. So it was years in the making. So it's not a sudden thing.
So nothing to report really yet. They're doing what they did last time.
There's one thing very interesting. UK is actually currently favorites to come last, but they're also considered top 10 at the same time. So if that is just very telling that UK could go, it's like this very big wild card right now.
I think it also reflects betting volume in those more niche markets, like, favorite, who's going to come last and so on, where there's lower amounts of money bet on it. It's easier to influence that. And if a lot of British people are just going to bet on the British song to come last.
Yeah, that's true.
And most of the bookmakers on the sites that you see are very, very British heavy.
Yeah.
Either or are exclusively operating in British markets.
Betting, especially at this stage right now, very, very impulsive as well. Because remember when France had the pictures come out and everyone thought, "Oh, it looks gorgeous," and she went up to like a third, and then they saw the clips, and then she's like, "Yeah," goes down, and something's. Now, we saw the first couple of clips of May Muller, and it was not quite as well received. Of course, then she drops, and that could go up just as quickly.
Exactly.
Where do we go?
Someone mentioned that Sam Ryder was top 5 to come last year as well.
Was he?
Yeah. Brits be Britting.
Yeah. So that's why I'm like, the whole last thing I would be a little bit more careful about.
I'm a bit worried.
Who at this point, looking at the running order, and do you see who is the likely last place as of right now?
I think Switzerland. We're watching it now, so maybe that's my bias. But
I don't think so, because the juries will give it enough points to prevent a last place.
Yeah, that's true. I'm trying to think who could really, really get bombed by the juries, and I'm thinking, sorry, Albania. I think you could get pushed out by other songs.
Albania has some friendly televote that they maybe could save them, but it's not gonna. It's their contender. I would agree. I have to see that. We got the feel right now here. I was just in the first. Yeah, I'm trying.
It's trying to understand the flow.
But I still think it's going to be a semi-finalist.
Yeah, I would think so as well. Just because the finalists, so the automatic qualifiers this year.
Yeah,
so
and even if May Muller flops, like people really think it's horrible, I just don't see it at last place in the running order and all. That would be insane if the song that performed last comes last.
Poland, maybe.
No, Poland is zero chance. Zero chance. Just like you thought it says 0 chance of qualifying, it has 0 chance of coming last. With the juries, yeah, but they will not come last in the televote, and it will not be enough to come last.
I would love. Oh gosh, I think it's just. I cannot believe this qualifying.
I can. I predicted it.
It was totally shocked. Totally shocked.
But why? Yeah. Put your personal bias aside on this one. Don't
How does this qualify over Georgia?
Because this is a catchy, light-hearted tune. People will hum it, sing it along. Georgia just wasn't that kind of song. Georgia's song was heavy to begin with, and while the staging, in my opinion, was really pretty, the song just wasn't there for it to carry it through. Poland is just, I'm not saying it's a good song, but it's definitely a very catchy melody. I've become kind of Team Beba. Sorry.
I knew you, Matt. I thought I knew you, but it turns out I didn't at all. Here we go. Here it comes.
Here it comes.
It's every bit as extra as it was yesterday.
Yeah. What she's doing very smartly. She is so totally aware of her meme factor and how the song was being perceived. She embraces it and owns it. And that makes it a lot more powerful. She's not like trying to be something that she's not. She embraces it and she does it well.
This is true. I do respect the fact that in the press conference she was like, "Fine." What's the word?
So right now, by the way, just like Blanca, that is very common. They're not wearing stage makeup yet, because it takes a while, and you don't want to have that this early and then on your face for the rest of the day. She will have it tonight.
Yeah. So sorry. So I've regained my thought. I did respect in the press conference. She was like, basically, like, shout out to all my haters. You all motivated me.
What? Say one more time.
Blanca in a press conference was like, shout out to my haters. You all motivated me.
Love her for that. And that is what she needs to do. That's motivate her. And she embraced it and she made her own. And you can hate the song as much as you want. She owned it and she proved them wrong. I would have done it. I'm sure it was very difficult in the beginning for her. And then she just was like, you know what? Screw this. It is certainly a potential last place for the juries.
Oh, yes, for sure.
That she may surprise us, who knows?
They may let her down, Diddy, down, down, down.
No matter what it is, you're missing out.
I just don't get it at all. I just don't get it.
Yeah, there are a lot of songs that I don't get either, though. But, like, I don't get Belgium at all, right? But I understand why people would like it. And I understand for the casual, the normie, they're like, okay.
I just find it so disjointed and like the dance break just doesn't make sense in the context of the song at all.
It worked better than I thought it would. You know. There's certain, the song's a little annoying, I'm not going to lie. But I think it's just the brazenness behind, like, you know what, I don't give a SHIT, and I'm like, bring it.
Yeah, I think I sort of, you know, I have gained a grudging respect for how much she just doesn't give a fuck.
Yeah. Language. You never learn, do you?
That's only like the 4th one this year.
How many did I have? It's fine. It's fine. I'll just messing with you.
I need a swear jar.
Watch what the VT for Poland and hear what Ryland says about her choreographer knowing someone on the jury panel in Poland and national final. I don't know all the details, and there's so much rumor. I don't want to even get involved in all of. Oh, that looks awfully familiar for this postcard. It's exactly where we are. I mean, not right now, but the press center for Serbia. Yeah, I don't know about that. Has Matt fallen out of his chair yet this year? It's very difficult to fall out of my chair here because I would get, fall right into
unless
the
I
bed.
push him in this direction.
Yeah, you would have to. Although I tripped over a cable early a few days ago. But no, that happened once. I don't know what happened. You weren't on the stream when that happened, no. But nobody noticed it anyway. Or you saw the clip probably, right? Yeah.
I did. Oh, I've seen it.
Oh, I've seen it.
All right, we've got a little delay before Serbia. They have not managed to make the transition in time.
But it's good. I'm not glad that it happened, but good. It gives them the opportunity to practice, those. Because I would think the host always stays some in the corner, be ready just in case. And then they may not have to go anyways after all, but they're just like, Do you think Norway can benefit televote-wise for coming 20 in the running order and the course being so catchy?
Yes. Yes, I do. I think it's significantly improved the chances. It's a plum spot.
Norway's, to me, a guaranteed top 10 and potentially higher. Okay, so here comes Serbia. Again, the performance. We'll let you know if he completely messes up or whatever. But again, this is the first dress rehearsal. They're all just recovering from last night. Well, not Serbia, but you know what I mean. So they still want to be careful because tonight they'll have it, give it their all because the juries will vote. And I will be here with Roy and maybe Sean. I don't even know.
And I will be there in the arena.
Yep.
Doing my little...
Boom, boom, boom.
To get back after.
You don't have to run. You can just walk.
No.
Why not?
Content, man.
Content. It has.
Mel is always telling us this. Focus on the content. The content.
Yeah, but I'm not saying running content. You probably do want to over-rehearse going over time. So if not clunky, if it happens unexpectedly. Like kind of what I said earlier. So you want to have that ready as well. They actually did that in the past where it was Jan Ola Sand, I think, at that point still. He's like, Jan Ola Sand, can you confirm them? I'm sorry, I cannot confirm them. Please come back to me. And they're like, oh, okay. Let's kill some time.
Find something else to do.
Yeah. Look what I can do. But, something.
As you know, did they just kind of go around the green room?
I think so. I don't remember what they did, but I remember him saying that. And I was like, oh, they haven't done that before.
I remember at the time being like, what's happened? Game over.
Hello? You just had that. Game over. Oh. That song is so sick.
Spava.
This is a song that I will listen to a lot post Eurovision.
This is really striking. I think we should point out, I know this finished bottom of the audience poll in the semi. I think it's really important to point out, as my stream crashes, that because of the level of the microphones in the arena, it was a little difficult to hear Luke. So I think it's the mixing there that has caused that to happen, rather than the performance. What have you got in there? Water?
Oh, I'm sorry. Water.
Are you insulting?
And a donut. Oh, no.
A donut.
A donut.
A donut. Okay.
I had a sausage roll yesterday. Oh, never remember what I said yesterday. The sheep head. You don't remember? Oh, you weren't there for that. Never mind.
I've got my eye on you.
Okay. I said something naughty, but I didn't mean it that way. So I'm gonna chew on this donut. Usually my rule is not to eat on camera, but just to the very limited time that we had between shows, sleeping, and then the Luxembourg news breaking. I just have to do that. So I'm making my own rule here, and I will yell at Gabe for doing it next time. But that's kind of how it goes.
Seriously though, I think what I will say is I'll move the mic slightly away so people don't hear you going schluck. What I will say is, and on that is. And I'm sure you guys have figured it out as well, given the amount of time we spend on camera here or in the press center or in the arena. Eurovision kind of gives you energy. No, Matt, you just.
Well, I loosened it.
So is that obviously by this point in the week, the energy, the adrenaline is really we are operating on adrenaline. We're tired.
we've been going non-stop for 7, 8, 9 days, you know, just like, I mean, because we were already streaming, if you think the Monday, 2 Mondays ago, and it's been pretty full on ever since. So just keep giving us your energy for another 24 hours. It's incredible to think how close we are now. As France starts, let's see if there's any change, if her vocals sound any different.
That's not that bad for like a random place.
Yeah, those are nice donuts.
They're not bad. I mean, they're not Krispy Kreme, but they're good.
All right. Don't be an elitist. Half the price of Krispy Kreme.
France.
There's a little more reverb on that, although it could just be that the arena's empty.
There's a little bit more of what?
Reverb. You know how they asked for more reverb?
We're listening, by the way, for France.
It's really visually stunning.
That's good so far.
There's a bit of a weird camera shot in the middle there.
Yeah, I wasn't even looking at it.
I mean, when she jiggles, the entire platform she's in rocks from side to side, which is a little distracting.
Makes me nervous. Oh, did that crank that up the backup sounds? Or was it like this, the backup?
Maybe very slightly. I think not a huge difference, but I think they have done.
Okay, I like that part. I mean, it does look different to you.
It's very visually striking. She's now lowered back down to the stage level.
It sounds better to me, though.
Yeah, her voice is
more clear
on point today.
Yeah.
Well, I imagine she'll still be holding something back. At least I'd be really surprised if she wasn't, to be honest. I'd be really surprised if she wasn't still holding something back. Matt did not get it in the bin. He missed it.
It didn't fall to the floor, though.
Yes, because it's landed in the recycling. That's not recyclable, Matt.
It just now.
Big note coming.
See that. It was just a smidge off, just like
a soupçon. The problem is with the really big notes, if it's even slightly off, you're delivering it with such power that you hear it really clearly. Yeah. So I was a bit like, ooh, but it is just a rehearsal. It's just a rehearsal. So we shouldn't exaggerate.
Yeah.
Like,
don't freak out over it. Don't freak out over it. We may have our facial expressions were like maybe a little dramatic. That's what I call it. But it's just like, it's just a tiny bit off, and you're just like, oh, so close.
Now we've got a little VT to come. The VT, apparently, it's a thing.
It's Vermont.
Yeah, it's the king.
Vermont is coming. That's a state code for Vermont. VT.
Browns and Bernie Sanders.
Yeah. My man. I was on the campaign.
Snacks.
Okay. It'll be hard because I can try to upload it, but it takes a lot of. I'll try. You keep talk while I'm doing that.
Okay. Oh, I need to move the thing back now. You finish your donut. There we go.
I didn't. Yeah. Oh, yeah. You're right.
Yeah, there we go.
Wow. Hello. Okay. Talk. So we still have that VT to come.
Yes, we do. And so we're waiting for something to happen. Something. Anything. In the meantime, Gussa says, I think that Lorraine will get tops from every jury group, giving her minimum 300 points. I think you are a little over optimistic. The jury has several polls this year, which will push Sweden down the order for some of them. I think she'll get a good number of 12s, but I think 300 is probably pushing it. I'm expecting closer to 240, 250. But let's see. All right, Cyprus is on the way. Now, let me tell you, this one in the arena, it is warm. It is very, very, very warm. The pyro, this probably has, I would say, the most pyro. I think, did he mean to upload it there or did he mean to set? Okay, right.
We talked about it yesterday.
Ah, gotcha.
Let me do my job.
I'm just bopping along. I'm bopping along to the postcard music for Cyprus.
I'm going to make that private, of course. All right. It's going to take a long time. Just letting him know. It's not 0% because my internet is. All right. Forgive us because we didn't. I'm trying to upload a video, but I'm also doing this, and now we breaking. We're getting to Cyprus. Break a broken heart. So you have time to ask questions. If he doesn't sound good or anything, we'll let you know, or something happens. So he stopped singing there a little bit. Oh no, never mind. It was just a delay because the sound of mine is delayed to yours. So I'm like, he's not singing, but it's just because of the delay in the screen. I hope France does well. They were put in the 6th slot again as a proof that producers are not playing favorites with the big 5.
That sounds like a conspiracy theory to me.
Why would they pick France into it? Yeah.
Look, I mean, this running order, like with all those favorites in the first half,
somebody had to lose out.
Yeah, someone has to fit.
And it wasn't going to be Sweden and Finland.
Yeah, and honestly, 6th could have been worse. It could have been 3rd.
Yep.
She could have opened the show conceivably.
And once again, you can do well from a 6th place. I'm not saying it's impossible. It's just your odds are decreased earlier. For instance, remember the Russian grannies? They were 6th, I think, and they came almost won the televote.
Who is Cyprus going to give their 12 points to now that Greece isn't in the final?
Do you think they're going to go more Sweden?
Yeah, probably.
Lots of controversy over the running order. What do you think? The idea of drawing quarters instead of house. I mean, there's always controversy because it's always perception that countries and delegations have, and I don't blame them for that reason because it is. We talked about Czechia, we talked about Portugal, Italy, all these countries. But to answer the question, do you like the idea of doing quarters instead of house?
I'd go further. I would go further.
Like,
I would draw it. So
groups of 4s kind of thing?
I would make it so you draw. I don't think I'd go down to 4s, but I do like you just draw a section of 1 to 5, 6 to 10, 11 to 15, 16 to 20,
okay,
21 to 26.
Yeah,
so
you still have some wiggle room.
Extra.
Because honestly, the running order we have right now, they had to put 3 or 4 battles in a row anyways. So that way it gives them still some wiggle room, and it feels less producer power move grabs. You know what I mean? And even let's have the best case. The best case. Sorry, I was listening to the note. The best intentions there. Assume it doesn't matter because people perceive it in a different way.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, yeah, I think we know that Greece will give 12 to Cyprus as it.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, Cyprus, the points that they'll get though will be deserved because he sounds and it look good. So I will not take that away from him. But the Greek vote obviously is pretty obvious.
And now here comes Spain, and Blanca was singing AI in the intro.
Yeah. I'm sorry, finish your sentence. I was just going to read
that was the end of my sentence.
Okay. I didn't mean to interrupt. Caleb is asking, have you seen the odds lately? I checked them earlier. Have you checked them yet? I can do that. Oh, you want to do it?
Yeah, I checked them just before I left. And what
Sweden was over 50% at that point. They're going up.
Finland and Sweden have both improved slightly. So Sweden's up to 52. Finland's up to 22. I honestly don't understand
Israel
how
keeps
any
going
song
up.
Could be at 52%.
Well, it's a half a 50% chance. I mean, I don't know.
I mean, the implied odds. I think the implied chance of winning is a bit of a. I'm not a fan of this column personally. I don't think it should be there. but I think the odds are. There's going to be some big shocks this evening, I think, and tomorrow evening, because there is no way the kind of landslide victory that those odds imply.
What if Lorraine swallows a snowflake again tonight?
That seems a little more unlikely, personally. I don't think they've brought snow along this time.
Oh, they didn't. How about she inhales some smoke?
That stuff's not too bad, actually.
I know, right? I'm just thinking of conspiracy theories.
I've had a few mouthfuls of that in my life. So Spain are now rehearsing.
I cannot upload this thing. It's at 2%. It's gonna, yeah, it lags my computer. Can you let them know?
Okay, yeah.
So this is Spain rehearsing right now, and honestly, we're just gonna pay attention. But Blanca is just always flawless, and it still looks great. I know, Gabe, you're a fan of the song.
Yes.
You're happy with what they've done, right?
Yeah. I'm really excited because I actually have not seen this live yet.
Oh.
Because remember, in order to get back to the stream, I've left the shows before the Big Five performances because that would mean I'd have to stay an extra half hour, and you guys miss out.
Yeah.
So this is for me. This is for me going to be the first time I see it live this evening.
So people are saying it's lag right now. Just give us a minute. It may find itself. I had to stop a download. Hopefully, upload. I mean, hopefully it will improve the quality in just a moment. Just let us know if you can hear us, or if it's just the audio's fine, or it's just the visual kind of lagging behind. Hopefully, it'll find itself. Yeah. Audio's fine. We can hear you. Okay. If it's going to continue to be laggy, I'm going to jump back to my other internet and go back and forth. You know how it goes. But then I lose you for a moment. What is the weather like in Liverpool? It has been. I brought the sunshine for the most part.
You did. Well, it has actually been.
In the good times.
Yes. Well, okay. Let's not flatter yourself.
That sounds good to me.
No.
Sorry, go ahead. Okay, across the line there.
Do you see what I have to deal with?
Too soon? Too soon?
It still hurts. It still hurts. 13 years on and it still hurts. Anyway, where were we? Yes, the weather. No, it has actually. You'll be glad to know the rain has stopped. In fact, there's been. One sec. Blanca's taking a big note.
She's going to go so big with the juries. I'm telling you. I'm telling you.
Still think it could win the jury vote.
Yeah. I said I feel like the only country that's potentially could knock off Sweden from the jury first spot is Spain. I still think that. I'm not saying it's going to happen, but if there's a country that could do it, it would be Blanca. I mean, country.
And she won the juries, she won the juries comfortably in Benidorm.
Yeah.
Of course. It's a closer run thing with the televote, which might indicate a few things.
Now, when people talk about as juries never gave points to quirky songs, of course they do. But they give more points on average to the more, I don't want to call sophisticated ones, but certainly the more vocally and, lyrically daring songs, I guess.
So we're now just having a little break because obviously Sweden is next. And they're just doing a VT about the.
Thank you for the super chat, Luke. Very much appreciate it.
About just doing a bit of a VT about the Junior Eurovision Song Contest. Talking about when it was hosted in Ukraine, Kiev in 2009, when it was hosted by Timo Moroshenko.
I'm going to refresh the camera real quick and see if that helps. I'll be right back. Oh mama, la la li la li la la. No, that didn't help. But we'll give it a minute. France. It's only a matter of time until France wins Eurovision.
Yeah.
They're just on a mission.
I still can't believe that song won Junior Eurovision though.
I
was
can.
really surprised. I was really surprised.
Really? I know a lot of people were really mean about it as well.
Yeah, there was. I mean, the thing is, the cruelty with during Eurovision, people get so mad about it, and it's like the kids. Anyway, people get so cruel about with Junior Eurovision. It's
The thing was with this year's online vote with the junior, it was so spread out. It was not like a landslide winner. UK won the online vote, but not by much. So it was really, really close. While the juries were a little bit more all over the place.
Here we go. So Sweden is ready to go. Got Loreen backstage now and into the postcard.
Thank you so much, Cactusen Hedelma, for your super chat. I'm sure I butchered that, but at least I gave it a shot. I'm going to switch internets for a little bit and see if that's going to help with the lag. There is a chance that you may lose me again for a moment. So annoying. So very, very annoying. Hold on tight. Don't go anywhere in case we freeze for a second or our picture goes away, because we'll be back. Okay, we are back.
Are we in? That's me. On the other side. Double me.
No, I'm trying to figure out the right one. That's the wrong one.
That's the wrong one. That's the wrong one, yeah.
There we go.
Yep.
Let's see how that's going to work out.
Hello. Missed nothing so far.
Sweden is not taking the stage.
Yep, Sweden. So far, it's the same. We are going to watch out. People are asking about the bridge, about the some of the symbols on the top screen on the bridge. They missed that camera shot in the last performance.
Of course, my stream just went boo-boo. Kaput. So you do yours right now while I'm trying to figure out my life. It's still bad. It's very choppy, the internet here as well. So I will have to switch back again in a moment, because this is even worse.
So I not much to report so far because it's basically flawless. Vocal is bang on. We are just entering the second chorus though, so I will keep an eye out on that camera shot for you guys in the bridge that you're asking about. Hopefully it will have been corrected.
Well, what did Aftonbladet say to Lorraine during the press conference? What did they say? You were over.
You had a bad rehearsal or something.
Yeah, you were very super pitchy or something like that. Not pitch perfect or something like that.
And then, but to be fair, it was hilarious the way Lorraine responded. She laughed in his face.
Yeah.
Okay, here we are. Bridge now. I'm watching for that upper screen. It's still not been visible.
What are we trying to see?
The symbols on the top screen.
Well, I didn't see anything here.
No, the symbols were not visible. The camera was too zoomed in. You got a tiny little glimpse of it just for a moment, but it was only right in the corner. So I don't think they've corrected that camera shot.
It's such an important thing, though.
They just need to zoom it out slightly.
Yeah, but maybe they don't want to zoom out because then you lose the magic of the boxed in feel that they were trying to have. I don't know. I don't even remember there any symbols and the importance of it. Okay, my stream just crashed again.
All right, and it's finished.
So say anything because mine need to refresh again.
No problem. So that was all basically as we expected. The one thing that we're looking out for, that camera shot, is still wrong.
And we're getting, by the way, once again, we had the junior Eurovision break before. I mean, and then we're getting another conversation now on stream as well. So once again, Sweden gets extra breaks every year. Okay, so we made it's so annoying. I have to switch again because in a moment, nothing is working for me here. I have 2 bars, and that certainly is not the most ideal situation.
Do you want to try mine?
Well, the camera's not the issue, but the microphone, everything is connected here. Even if we use yours, the sound's not going to be the right. So let's see here. I'm gonna switch internet again.
Hold on, it looks better now. It's smoother. Look, see?
Oh, does it? Okay. Sorry, y'all. It's just really, it's very frustrating. And next year, at least we have the heads up that because they changed the rules on us as well, we're here. And it just really made it so difficult. I really appreciate you sticking around with us through thick and thin as we are navigating through this very difficult situation.
And then I have to say, I do feel for Albania because getting picked to go after Loreen. I mean, personally, I can't think of it.
I thought that they picked that over second position again, though.
This is true, and I guess they couldn't put them in second again. I can't think of many harder acts to follow, possibly ever in Eurovision.
Finland is pretty scary to follow.
Well, yeah, but there is, of course, the break as well after Finland.
Is there a break after Finland?
Yep, it's the 13th, the end of the half.
They usually don't do that, a break after 13 and
do they? Oh,
no,
okay.
it's not always that way.
In that case, sorry, Czechia.
It's more like 8, 16 sometimes. It varies. Sometimes they do, but you never know, but that's not like always a guaranteed pause after that.
All right, here's the Kel Mendes.
Yeah, I'm going to switch over because it's frozen again. I feel like they throttled my internet because I've been using it so much. Because they said they could have unlimited internet, but if you use too much, we'll throttle you.
So, Albania... Hello.
Hi. Hello again. So we'll have to just deal with what we have. Maybe choppy for a little while. It'll get better. You know, comes and goes.
So they're all saving their voices. They're nice. They're pretty quiet. I think this is such a demanding song vocally. I don't think you'd really want to do it too many times, you know, in a short amount of period because you'd wipe yourself out.
Aren't you afraid that ignoring the situation in Poland and supporting Blanca will cause the situation in this other countries as well? This isn't unlikely good for the level of competition. I'm not sure what you mean by that, supporting Blanca. Should we just say, it's not our job to go after artists? So I'm not sure what you want us to do.
Like with the national final, I mean, we said this last week, with the stuff that happened around the national final in Poland, ultimately, we're at the contest now. There's nothing we can do about it.
Yeah.
And the only thing that can change that, what happened, is if the management of TVP changes. Now, we don't have a lot of influence over that. So we can really only judge what's been put in front of us by the broadcaster.
Yeah.
That's, I think, a domestic conversation, a national conversation that happens within Poland.
We support the artist, and it's not the artist's fault.
Now they're bopping along.
Yeah, they all seem, of course, not all the stage. They seem very just relaxed more than anything.
You know, I actually kind of like how relaxed they are. They seem to be enjoying it a bit more. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Although, again, I think given that they're a big underdog to qualify, at least with the betting odds, not with Roy.
Yeah.
Maybe, again, I think there's probably an element of...
Oh, a team predicted them overall. I had them in too.
I think I had them 12th or 13th or something. I was not optimistic.
Yeah. No, I had both Albania and Poland as qualifiers.
Someone points out that Ukraine won with 26 to 1 odds.
Huh?
Ukraine in 2016 had 26 to 1 odds to win, and it did it.
Ukraine was like in second or third in the betting odds, though.
On the day of the contest it was, but a week before.
Oh, the week before. That's all that's changed. Yeah, that is true.
Right, so we've got Italy now. Marco's ready to go. You know, I saw Marco Mangoni having a cigarette outside of Wetherspoons in central Liverpool the other day.
How can you smoke and have such a voice at the same time?
Maybe it helps. It's an Italian thing.
I know. I hate smoking. Thank you so much for the super chat. Luxembourg will be at the Eurovision 24. We know. I did a video on that. We saw it, and we were all very excited. Actually, I came back from Greg's, and I had my sausage roll just chewing on, and I was like, whoa. It was so exciting at that moment. I couldn't believe it.
So in the postcard, he's standing. He's on a motorbike because he's a cool dude. He's riding around the Colosseum in Rome because he's a cool dude.
Yes. I love the Albanian dad so much, Ruben is saying. I actually ran into both the dad and the mom yesterday. Yes. Right before the show, actually, in between. They were walking past the towards the arena and from the press center, I think. That's always a cool part. You just see them all running around, and you don't, because they look like really normal. They just blended in. You know, it was really cool.
Sorting out that here, of course. Trying to plan logistically.
What?
Planning logistically for my transfer from here to the arena in the smoothest manner possible. And I've got to. I'll be under pressure. I've got to eat. I've got to take like 20 minutes to sit down and like throw a bucket of water over my head, reset, get in the queue. In the queue at probably 4:30.
I feel like that. It's so pretty. I just love that song. Feels so Italian to me.
What I find amazing.
Maybe it's in Italian, but you know what I mean. Like,
what I find amazing is he's holding back a bit in this rehearsal, but he just sounds so effortlessly good.
Yeah, I hate him. He took all the talent away, so we couldn't have any. Again, Matt out of context. I hate Marco. I don't hate him. I love him. But yeah. But I feel, yeah, the shots look really good with those dancers there, and so good.
I'm bopping along now.
I'm so curious. I'm not sure how he will fare. I could see him doing well with juries. I could see the juries not going for it. Same for the televoters. He's not going to be last or anything like that, but you know, I'm not sure how big he's going to go.
He'll do well with the juries, and he does have, obviously, not an amazing slot because of the songs around him, but it's not like he's got Finland and Sweden right next to him. At least there's a space.
Yeah, he's surrounded by ballads, so there will be one ballad that'll probably stand out. Donnie, the stream is so choppy. It's driving me nuts.
I think there'll be much more televote support with Italy than we think. 70 to 80 points. Bruno, I think that's not impossible. I think there's a clear audience for this song. But 70 to 80 plus maybe 180.
Which is not great for Italy considering what they usually get. You know,
this is true.
That's what I'm saying.
They can still conceivably end up with 250 points. That's going to land them a top 10 finish.
True.
He's definitely not holding back now. He's going all out in this bit. I mean, if he does win the jury, I'd be really interested to see what...
That would shock me. I mean, I love that song, but that would shock me. Because they've ignored Italy on so many occasions with songs that, in my view, should have done way better with the juries. So I would surprise if they would go for this one. I feel as they may look at this actually as stated and penalize it for it. Based on what I know about juries, of course.
Of course, next up, we have Estonia. Is Alika. I predicted this one. Others did not.
Which one?
I predicted this qualifier. Others
What
did
was
not.
it?
Alika.
Oh no, the team 5 out of 6 did on our team. Sean was the only one, I think, or Roy.
I think it was Roy.
Roy or Sean.
I feel like it was probably Roy. Roy lives to the chaos, so I think it was Roy.
Oh, okay. No, I had her in as well. Most of us did. Yeah, Roy's always crazy with his predictions. He's not necessarily he goes by, let's try something different. I'm like, you're supposed to be predicting, not
It was when he predicted the Norway NQ for semi-1. I remember I asked him about it. He just looked at me. It was like there was fire in his eyes. And it was like he was just like living for the chaos. All right, here we go. Alika.
I'm tempted to jump to my other internet again because that's 3 bars now, but I'm getting tired of that doing that. It was slightly better, I think, on my phone, but my stream was worse on my phone. It's like the.
Apparently, I just said the word Estonia and yawn. Those two things are not linked. I love this song. I just want that to be clear. It's like I was saying about adrenaline and energy levels at this time of the week. Is they can be difficult to maintain. You just have to keep pushing through it, and it comes and goes with time.
I'm going to bring your camera on real quick.
Okay.
So I'm refreshing again.
Hello. And can you hear / see us? It would seem so. Yeah, I think there is an argument, Hannibal, who says the song is actually really lifted with the voice. I do like the song to start with, but I would say that the voice does elevate it as well. This is on the wrong mode. There we go. Okay. That should be. We can hear and see you double. One second. I'm going to hide you while you're refreshing. That should fix that for the time being. Someone says, Alicia Keys, who are you? That's a great compliment you're paying to Alicia there. Maybe a little over the top. She's not really holding back by the sounds of it either. She sounds fantastic. To be honest, I can't remember her really going off key at any point ever in any of the performances I've seen.
I did what? I'm sorry?
I can't remember Alicia ever going off key in any of her performances.
It's perfect. It's perfect.
Okay. The sound is awful. Because this is it might be the echo cancellation thing again. How about now? Is that better? That should be a vast improvement.
So I'm bringing. I'll bring my camera in.
Yeah,
but I'm worried that. Let's give it a shot.
And then and we're seeing double again. But you look in high. And we're seeing double again. But you look in high quality this time. And then should I hide me?
There
Hello.
You go.
Magic.
You didn't miss a thing though. It's just Alika performing. She is flawless.
Yeah.
So there's nothing to report, and she's happy.
Yes.
I mean, they are still like glowing from last night. The semi-1 finalists, they're kind of like at least adjust a little. But these are just, yeah, you won. Now go to sleep. Perform.
Yeah. Wake up. Go to the sing. Okay, so now we have Finland.
I know. So I know that he was not thrilled with the work in the semifinals. So hopefully he'll feel better now. But again, this is the first rehearsal. Keep in mind, tonight's show will be the real big deal because the juries will vote. It's just crazy. If you were a Eurovision participant, would you want to be in first or second semi?
First. Oh, definitely the first.
Right? Yeah.
Definitely first. 2 days off. I just go and sleep. Maybe go out, take one night out on like Tuesday night, go out and have a nice time, rest Wednesday, rest Thursday, Friday morning back into it. You know, obviously do Thursday, but it's nowhere near as intense as the full performances. Get yourself some vocal rest as well.
Because I know like certain delegations like the second because then it's more. It's cheaper because you're going to be as early.
Here we go. It's weird having the song without the crowd noise.
Do you like a strange clicking sound? Maybe it's my computer. I hear like a strange sound and.
Yeah, one of the panels failed to dislodge. I mean, it was fine. It wasn't in a way that was noticeable for the average viewer.
Oh, the other one, as he came out as well, he has to grab the plank and put it on top of it.
So far, pretty much the same. Nothing to report yet. He maybe sounds slightly better, in my view.
I was going to say the same thing. It sounds like they cranked up his voice, maybe.
Yeah. I think also, at least I hope he's holding back slightly more at the start to give himself a bit more for the end, because he can't exhaust. He needs to not exhaust.
By the time the singing comes in, he seems exhausted at times. That's true.
The other thing is, the semi-final, because they failed to detach, and it caught one of the dancers like on the cheek or something. So all looks, again, pretty much the same at the minute as it was before. Oh, and it's crashed.
Mine's working.
Is it nice? Is it good? Oh, I'm back.
It's on a dancing man. Ain't no cha-cha-cha. It doesn't sound right, though.
I'm just going to listen to his vocal for a minute, see where we...
It's very soft. I mean, this part's supposed to be soft.
I think it's a little better for it, though.
Oh, no, mine froze. Okay.
It's incredible how not just this song, but all the songs, the audience adds so much. I think especially with this one, when you have all the audience screaming cha cha cha, makes a massive difference.
Yeah, this one needs to. Oh, that's pretty loud though. Cheers already, just for the few press people that are in there.
Definitely the loudest press cheer, but we do know that this is the favorite among the press.
Yes,
we saw that from the semi-final polls.
Yeah.
So now it's Czechia drawing what I would argue is kind of a death slot. We press on, and Czechia are in a maze, the Peace Maze in Castle Welland. And I'm bopping along to the postcard music again.
I'm thinking. Sorry, I'm just like a little quiet because I'm like trying to think if there's anything else I can do with that stupid LED. It is what it is. We're just waiting for
Czechia about to begin.
Yeah, we're having they have a delay getting finished stuff off the stage because there's no props needed really. Oh, well, like tiny props with the drums, but nothing like major that requires a lot of time. So we're getting a little delay here. Here we go. Do you think being late in the running order will help Croatia potential strong drunk vote? Yeah, it's so not going to hurt them. I think this will be a pretty visual and loud feast for people. So it's only going to help Croatia in this case, right?
Yeah, I think Croatia will do nicely with the televote. I think you're not looking at a big jury score, but 80, 90, something like that from not 80, 90, sorry, 180, 190 from the televote, I think isn't impossible. I think they have a real chance at that. We'll obviously find out.
Could they be the Moldova of 22?
Potentially. I don't think it'll go as big though, because Moldova have got people dancing. I don't think Croatia can do that in the same
Moldova
way.
seemed to be as my unified favorite, but Croatia's a little bit more. So now we're listening to Czechia.
This is so good. So good.
Yeah, I talked to my family at home. I haven't talked to them actually today. Oops, I didn't call them. I call them every morning. I totally forgot. I just realized that. Oh no, I didn't. Sorry, family.
Well, you're dead to them now.
Oh no.
Now you only have us.
Oh, shoot, they're gonna be mad. But anyways, the last time I talked to them, was that was the song that stood out to them the most.
Czechia.
Yeah.
Interesting. I'm going to be really curious to see the press polls after tonight.
Are you going to vote?
No, because I won't be in the press center.
You can still vote.
No one's been sending me the links.
You didn't see Connor's? Well, it's the Marcel
No, not the press award. I'm talking about the press poll that ESC Extra does.
Oh, gotcha.
ESC Extra, if you're watching, send me the press poll link. I want to vote. Haven't been able to vote all week.
So let's see some questions here. As much as you mentioned Croatia going before to help potentially May, if vocally she's on the par, don't you think it's also not good for televote reasons? So that was just one theory, by the way. That's not like saying this is a fact. It only came up because somebody mentioned that in the chat yesterday, and I'm like, we'll see. If they really put Croatia 25th, then maybe have a case. And sure enough, they put 25th. I had to acknowledge that theory. I'm not quite sure if that's truly what it is, because I do think Croatia also takes a lot of attention away from a lot of, from the UK.
Well, I think ultimately, that from the UK's point of view, and the way I think about it is, we can avoid it by having a good vocal. Just like May can do it. We've seen flashes of it.
Mm-hmm.
If she delivers tonight, if she delivers tomorrow, then we won't need to worry. I just hope she does it. I really hope she does it, because she's
going to hold back probably this rehearsal. So we need to be already mentally prepared for that.
She is on vocal rest. Just going to get the running order up. There it is. All right. So if it's all right.
Oh, Czechia feels back. After Finland, before Australia.
That's got to hurt. That's got to hurt. And then Belgium straight after as well.
Yeah. I don't know. Belgium is, I don't know how Belgium's going to impact anything, but we'll see.
It's a bop.
She doesn't have a good vocal. We've been hoping for it for months now, and she hasn't nailed it. It is a fair thing, because we kept getting like some reasoning sick and this and that, and it's the day before the show.
It was, I know I'm a massive Britain apologist in Eurovision, and I want them to find something. I feel like I have no choice but to just hold out hope for a little longer.
Yes. Tonight. If she messes up tonight, or like does at least underperforms, let's put it that way, then I think we can. That's why you should be here tonight, as myself and Roy will guide you for the show, and probably Sean.
Yeah. I think we'll see the odds move tonight, depending on, for example, if Loreen smashes it tonight, I think we'll see another movement in her favor.
Yeah.
And another additional movement in her favor. If there's still potential for someone to surprise us. If someone really delivers tonight, I'm thinking some of the mentioned potential jury surprises like Lithuania, Italy, maybe. If some of these songs, if they really deliver tonight, they could get a lot more jury than we expected.
Estonia, she's always good, so she never would surprise us. So. But same with Lithuania, she's always been consistent, Monica. She's not going to be like, I don't know if she can get any better, Armenia is another one, but.
And Armenia, odds already shortened a lot after that performance.
Yeah.
They were really great.
She doesn't hit like high notes. She doesn't have like the vocal. Like she doesn't have a song that vocally makes her like stand out. But it's just the whole package.
Yes,
for her.
I think it comes together so nicely.
Yeah.
And she has the best dance break, in my opinion. Not that I'm a particular fan of this weird dance break track.
I can see that it felt at least a little. Yeah.
It was my favorite one of all of them. I think the way it's lit is just gorgeous. Like the washing her out with white and then
flashing to black and just having the light on her face is such a powerful effect. I think it's brilliant.
So we're still listening to Australia, by the way. You've seen it last night, so fresh on your mind, I'm sure.
France has drifted to 7th in the odds now, with Spain and Norway overtaking it.
Norway, I'm not too surprised. Norway got great running order. Spain always sounds good. Israel's becoming a big push right now. But see, we're talking about minimal movement that become a 2% there. You know, it's still Sweden landslide ahead of the rest of the pack. Then big gap Finland, and then big gap Ukraine. Because everyone below 10. No, actually, until 12th, it's like less than 1%, and everyone, 15th and low, but everyone, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, anyone in the top 7 has more than 1, but anyone below 7th place has less than 1% chance of, or 1 or less % chance of winning, according to this. So we're talking about, small amounts.
Okay. So we're just having a big drop in Australia.
It sounded amazing last night. It was brilliant.
Yes. I just think that won the semi.
It wouldn't surprise me at all. They're so good. I had a brief flash of worry, knowing Australia's televote history. I had a brief flash of worry last night.
Yeah. But they're always in the top
just
10.
Before they were announced.
Even in the semis, besides Zaya Fire race, they were always in the top 10 of the televote in the semis. So
even Montaigne.
Well, she didn't qualify. I mean, when they qualified,
Okay,
because she was even outside the top 10 for the juries. When they qualified, they always qualify because of their, support of the televoters, except Zaya.
I always found that one strange because, I remember Montaigne blamed it on the fact they had to do live on tape. They had to use that live on tape. But the fact is that song was really, really weak, and it was never.
It was never ever going to happen.
The vocals sound fantastic.
Okay.
I love these guys. I absolutely love them, and their enthusiasm is infectious.
I think I've seen this French film before, haven't you, Matt, in the odds? Yes. France often is really high in the odds and then underperforms in the results. I mean, minus 21. So I don't know. But I'm also, people are reacting. There's a strong reaction about France right now, and people need to relax a little bit. People just, that's how they do it, Now is the time. They only have today and tomorrow, and they want to get those rates in, I guess, whatever it's in right now.
And they just have to, it's like I said, all of us are still playing. It's only now at this point where, as we get towards the end of the week, and we've seen everyone perform, where the odds sort of move out of the voodoo stage. Because even now, we know a lot from the semi-final performances, but somebody could bomb tonight. Somebody could completely bomb in the jury show tonight, or someone could have the performance of their life tonight.
Yeah, I remember
change everything.
I always do, because it was one of the most prominent examples. Blanche in the semifinals for the jury show, she didn't do well, and it was reflected in the results. Then in the final jury show, she did way better, and she did way better with the jury. So certain things like that really can make a difference.
It's a great example of how there was loads of doubt about an entry, and she came through
at the right time.
Yeah, when it came that when the chips were down, she brought the chips. She brought the chips.
And there are other, but she was one of the ones where she was so it's inconsistent in the beginning. Most acts are pretty consistent, and then there's the opposite of Jessica Malboy, who was like so good the first dress rehearsals. She gave it her all. She sang it so loud and happy, and then by the time the finals came out, her voice was gone.
Yeah,
you remember she was stopped singing. She was like doing this to the audience because her voice just gave up on her. Like, that's why you shouldn't get, should be careful and choose your battles and when to sing.
Exactly. So Gustav, well received in the arena every time he's performed. Really well received in the village last night, as well. And I still think this is a dark horse for a top 10 finish. I think the televote could really have some serious buy-in to this.
We'll see.
He's holding back.
If anything, the jury's more than the televote. Because, yeah.
I would have thought this was a televote-friendly song. Just because, I can see the grannies bopping along in the living rooms. Say grannies, not quite grannies. Maybe people in their 50s and 40s, especially. If your favourite artist is George Michael, you're going to like this, basically.
I think I've seen this French film before. Okay, my thing is frozen a little bit. Do you believe that there will be a Sweden landslide in the final? I'm worried it'll be a boring finale. Well, it cannot be boring, really, because they're always the way they present. It always comes down to the last announcement. Unless she's leading after, with your jury vote.
Yeah. If it's like Salvador Sobral style and she's already miles ahead.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I remember with Salvador, even after all the televote points have been given out, except for his and Bulgaria's, who's still top of the leaderboard. But I don't see that happening this year. And I also think because the general consensus is that it'll be Finland that wins the televote, we will still have that intrigue of will it be enough?
Yeah.
But I think there's a pretty, obviously different people have different ideas of who is going to come out on top. But the general accepted wisdom, I think, on the ground and online is that Sweden will, it's going to be the power of the jury with Sweden versus the power of the televote with Finland.
I really smell a Manzamalo repeat here. Because not just because I think she has the same running order even as Manzamalo, Sweden, if I'm not mistaken. But just, that she could come second, third with the televoters, but then the jury's just were the deciding factor.
Yeah. Well, we'll have to see. We will have to see. I stand by what I said. Vako saying 300 plus to Finland. Yeah, I stand by what I said, that I think it could go absolutely massive in televote.
Who?
Finland. I think we could be looking at 350 plus. And I said that. I've been saying that for the entire fortnight. Is there a break now? In that case, Matt, if it's all right, I'm going to take the opportunity to go to the toilet.
Okay.
Because there's a toilet test downstairs. I'll be back post-haste.
Okie dokie. Any chance that juries start boarding the cha-cha-cha train to not seem out of touch from the televoters? We had that conversation a couple of days ago, and I don't know. I can't see actually, once again, Finland's biggest drawback seems like it's not a jury song, and there's more impressive vocalists in the running. Vocals are just one small piece in the way they're supposed to judge the entry. So if they do their job, there are other things that they need to take into consideration: the originality of the song, the production, and the overall feel of the song. That's another one that they need to look into. And that Finland can certainly make up some ground there. It's all, of course, some of it is, just subjective. I can still see what Finland needs to do is get like 175 points at least from the juries to stay within a running chance, a fair chance of winning the contest, and then hope for a decent lead in the televote. Whether or not that's going to happen, that remains to be seen. But they need to get a decent chunk of points. So I would say it's, of course, could be a little less, needs to be made to have to be a little bit more, but at least 175 to 200 points are required probably to stay competitive in, to win this whole thing. Why would EBU decide to do a win count by countries on the screen this year? Sweden can have its 7th. I don't know why they did it this time. It's the first time we saw it as well. It seems a little random to me, but I like the idea because, there are a lot of casuals who don't know who has won the most. So I kind of like the idea, actually. And what I think it's also, this is the year where the broadcaster and the host can really push for the excitement, because lots of Brits will watch as well. And they can run, look, we already have 5 victories. We're pretty high up in that table, the medal table for Eurovision wins. We can work our way up even further. So I think it's a good reminder that anything's possible. Did you meet Arya or Lorraine in person? I have not, no. I don't necessarily need to meet the people. I've done it for so many years, and I respect the artists, and their craft from afar. I don't always have to meet and run into them. I'm not the one that wants to take pictures with artists. I have never been that person. I'm not also the kind of person that gets starstruck or anything like that. Maybe because I live in LA, I don't know. But yeah, it's just not me. So I respect the privacy, and it's cool to meet them, but it's also not a like, oh my God thing for me. So in case you're wondering, there is a break. But now we move into the next card. So the break is over now. And Armenia is going to take the stage. And we know she's going to be consistent, right? It's just interesting to have her like a little later in the show compared to like the second of the night. Finland landing with 300 plus. I don't think so. Not with Sweden, Croatia, and most importantly, Ukraine taking gigantic chunks of the televote as well. Well, there's a lot to unpack with that one, especially Ukraine. If Ukraine does a reduced showing like what they had last year, certainly that could take some points. But keep in mind, Ukraine's situation last year was a little different, unique, I would assume. And you can have multiple countries that get plus 300. Think of 2017, the televote. Both Bulgaria and what you call them, Portugal. I think they both got over 300 points in the televote.
Yes.
So this can certainly happen. Just because one country gets 300 points doesn't mean two can't. So there is a chance that they both can get really high points. So that doesn't, it's not mutually exclusive, is what I'm saying.
This is really one of the most visually striking performances for me.
Yeah, and it's a very nice, well, it is a nice break from like the craziness before. Of course, the song picks up a little bit as well, but not to the same extent, yeah.
I think the thing is, we did see in 2017. I mean, Bulgaria and Portugal basically totally monopolized the jury and the televote. I mean, the fact that Bulgaria could get more than 600 points and not win the contest was extraordinary.
I know.
I'm sure in any other year in the history of the contest with that many points.
Duncan Lawrence got less than 500.
Yeah.
You know.
And so it was really unlucky for Bulgaria and Christian Kostov. And you do wonder what would have happened, you know, since. Would Bulgaria be in the contest? Would things have gone differently?
You never know.
In 2017, we had 5 more countries, just 60 more points to be won. That is a very good point. And it's actually not 60 more points to be won. It's 120 more points to be won.
Yeah.
Across both.
True. There's so many different factors that come into play. So it's you know, not always apples to apples. Okay, so here's Armenia performing, and Brunette just stopped singing and said, I quit. I'm kidding, of course. She's performing just nicely. She's doing her dance break right now.
This needs a crowd. I mean, all the dance breaks need a crowd.
Yeah. But the more I watch it, the more I agree with your statement as well. I think this is the best dance break for me as well.
And also, it's so difficult to carry it by yourself. Like before and after, not be joined by dancers at any point.
The last part, I almost wish they had backup vocals because, you know, it's like the choir that would be so grand if you have the big, like, we good, do good. I would love if it would have been more punchy even. Yeah, but it's really pretty. So after a few years of like less good results, you know, from like 2018 to 21, they're finally back.
Yeah, Bulgaria 2017 got more points than any other entry ever, except for Portugal and Ukraine.
Was the smoke turned down? There wasn't much smoke this time around.
No, barely any.
I barely saw any.
But we just clarify. I mean, I don't think, in my opinion, I think it will be a very long time before we see another entry get 750 points. Like the scale of the win, the scale of Portugal's win in 2017 is basically unmatchable.
I mean,
I mean,
if let's just say we had this kind of thing in 2009, Alexander Rybak probably would have ended up in a similar kind of ballpark. So we need to get that. It's a rare circumstances, like maybe once a decade kind of thing, if the stars align. But yeah, it's going to be difficult. I agree with that.
I don't think it's even once a decade. I mean, maybe I'll be proved wrong this evening. Sweden will get 750 points.
Good.
But I think, for me personally, I think right back aside, you know, when was the last time before that
that an entry so comprehensively dominated the contest. Just thinking back, I'm trying to think about, because I'm trying to get an idea of frequency here. I'm trying to think if somebody completely blew everyone away prior to that.
Well,
Lordi had a decent margin, but it was only 280.
Well, if you go back, Love Shine a Light was a insanely landslide winner. But it was such a different time then as well. And only one final.
I think it's difficult to look back. I'm just saying in the modern era, it's just, I mean, it's just because of the scale of the victory.
Usually what you need to look at is the average points received rather than just the points themselves, you know, and that, like Greece, I was the lowest one until Azerbaijan came around. They had like the lowest average score.
They won because they told, someone said they won because they told everyone that Salvador was dying or something. Most people didn't know that, actually.
No, people just love that song.
People weren't aware of his condition.
There's always an excuse, like this song won because of this song because of that. Unless it's my favorite, then it won because it was the best.
I think when the vote and the juries agree to that extent, then you're talking 12s and 10s, basically, and 12s, 10s, and 8s from basically every country in both.
Yeah.
Frequently. At that point,
except Bulgaria's jury gave Portugal 0 points.
And Portugal they zeroed.
That actually pissed me off. I'm like, no, I don't want either of you to win.
Yeah, I saw that and I was like, naughty, naughty. I think it had a uniquely wide appeal, which is extremely difficult to recapture.
So we're listening to Moldova right now. Is another one where we don't really have to say much. We know what they're doing. They're on point, and right now it's just a rehearsal. Tonight is where it really, really, really. Do you think there will be any 0 points tomorrow? Well, are you talking about double 0 or just 0 per group? Could I see a pointer on the jury side? Potentially. On the televote, I have a hard time believing, because the semifinalists already have proven or liked enough, and the direct finalists seem to be strong enough to avoid 0 points.
I would agree. On the jury,
it's hard. I mean, it's actually not that often that you get 0 points because they rank them. But Germany got 0 points last year. UK got 0 points the year before, and I'm sure were there others. I'm sure there must have been. I don't remember. I think overall it's less likely this time around, because I think just the direct qualifiers show a lot more quality than in previous years.
And that Bulgaria put Portugal like 23rd in the jury. Yeah, it was a strange old year.
Yeah, that's why I was like, I didn't feel that bad anymore for Bulgaria after that. But then vice versa, I wasn't thrilled with Portugal either.
And there we have it.
Yes, you only have to be everyone's 11th place to get 0 points. Yes, and I remember seeing that actually it happened a lot to what's her name? Anne-Sophie from Germany in 2015. She got a lot, 11, 14, 17, because people didn't, it was not a song, right? It was just a fine song.
Oh, you say that. I hated that song.
Yeah, but most people didn't. And it was just kind of like so many just missing out things, and it sucked.
It didn't help because it's Ukraine next.
Yeah.
It didn't help that he was only there because the other guy decided he didn't want to go.
Yeah, but that's not, and it happens all the time. I mean, Kalush Orchestra was almost like they got because the other one had to withdraw. So that just happens. But the guy songs was, well, maybe that was even worse.
Which one?
The guy that withdrew.
From Germany.
Yeah. And the attitude that he had, I was so glad he withdrew.
Yeah, with Ukraine, I think the right song ended up being sent.
I think so
too. It matched the mood. But the other one, Tini Zabutich Predkiev, I think would have done a double. It would have won televote and jury. I think it would have been a total.
Which one?
It was called Tini Zabutich Predkiev. It was by Alina Pash.
I don't know. I don't know if I agree with that.
Croatia 0 jury points. Okay, that's not impossible, but unlikely.
I think they get points from they get some points because there's a cultural impact there that you get from people from the Balkan area. Not just because they understand the message. So I think they'll get points there from the juries. So now we have Ukraine. We already song number 19.
Flies by, doesn't it? It's only 2, which means the songs have only been going maybe 90 minutes.
That's the quick part because they know already what to do. It's the rest that they're more. It's the easy.
This is such a cool effect with the screen and the arm.
This is so cool. Okay. I was going to say, I can't wait for you guys to see it, but you've seen it online probably, the performance rate of Ukraine. If not, go there after this and check. A steal.
This has become one of my favorite. It's one of the most listenable in terms of the studio version. So
it's the biggest grower for me this year. I mean, I always liked it, but this new version, like with the organy part, is so cool.
I really like it.
And the staging just makes it pop even more. I'm telling you. Was it Roy last night to me said he could see like Ukraine coming last? And I just laughed so hard at him.
This is gonna do well. I think
I laughed so hard. I wasn't even like, I'm not even gonna respond to that.
I think we're looking at a strong result in both Telly and Jerry for this. I think it's not gonna win. Won't do what Stefania did. But it'll do well again for sure. Roy is a social experiment. Don't care what you say. Don't care how you feel. Get out of my way.
I got to see them at the Eurovision Village. They were so cool, but don't give them an eagle now.
I feel like this is a good sign that we're just sat here like bouncing along.
Yeah. It's just like a cool chill song. It's not necessarily the biggest crowd pleaser. You know what I mean? But it's, when I say radio friendly, because some of the radio friendly songs are often boring, but this one, it actually does something. And Ukraine's just so good at staging stuff. And there must be reason why it won the national final there at the Televille.
Yeah.
People do gravitate towards that one.
Yeah, and it's a very modern, very relevant sound.
Yeah. Poland, I think, could get zeros from the juries. That could happen. That could happen. Because didn't they only get 7 points in 2016 when they had like this very like powerful ballad?
Yeah. What color of your life?
I mean, that guy's voice was the best male vocalist that year, and I still don't understand what happened that year, and that it was one of my favorites, and I'm so glad that the Televils were like.
Can the count of views of YouTube videos of each finalist be a reference for the result in the final? Asks Nuno. So I'm going to go with a yes, but. Yes, but take it with a pinch of salt. It is mostly telling us what we did already know. Finland and Sweden, are getting the most views, but there's also Israel and Croatia up there. Those are partly because of large domestic audiences.
Yes.
Croatia has a large domestic and regional audience. Israel, Noah Karel is like a megastar. So obviously there's a massive groundswell behind that as well.
But you could look at like for Portugal got a fairly surprisingly low view count from what I expected. That she maybe just squeezed in. Could we make that determination? I personally would not. I would look at multiple factors there. We need to get like some tracking for over a few years to see, how accurate that was.
Norway starting now.
So weird not having a first. She was first in MGP. Well, she was last one at the end, but
I mean, it was the thing is with MGP this year. I thought it was a pretty strong field. There are a few songs in the national final that I really enjoyed.
She was no one's radar initially, and then she just won it all. She's also climbing up a little bit in the betting odds again, because people forgot about her.
Feels like she's holding back slightly.
Yeah.
Because
very much. Super soft. But don't worry about that.
Not a big deal in this rehearsal.
Not at all. Tonight it matters. But this is a smart thing to do. I would do the same thing. In the past, we had artists who didn't sing at all. They just were like for a while stopped singing. And even then, I don't blame them because they know how far they can push their voice and how much they need to save them. So it's their own personal decision. And some artists made that mistake. not pushing too hard.
I'm just looking at some of those viewing figures. Yeah, and it's basically, as we said, I mean, a couple more have gone past 1 million now. So Sparva, that's at 999K. So go watch some of Mrs. Barber at the end of the stream so we can get linked back to 1 million.
Well, yeah, they're probably already, because it takes a while for YouTube to update those numbers.
Yeah, and Czechia was also at 1 million.
Czechia?
Yeah, just crossed there. I think it was at 1.1, if I read correctly. But the ones, the ones that really stood out again: Finland 2.6 million, Sweden 2.2 million, Croatia 2.8 million, and Israel 2.4 million. Of all the rest, those four. And obviously, semi-final 2 numbers will be lower because
who's like ahead there?
I'm having a look now. So
she's singing so sad. Like she's definitely saving her voice.
Albania 458K, Blanca Poland 1.1 million.
I'm saying like she had the most. It's just kind of what it is.
And no one else is really pulling up any trees at the minute.
Yeah, people are super excited. The Polish folks, they're definitely, because she was considered a flop for so many, and now she's not.
So Germany next. I'm excited to see this. They're out of makeup, which is a bit weird.
Well, we saw them the first time they rehearsed as well out of makeup. But
it's just curious. It's very different. Yes. Did Croatia perform already? No, Romana, they did not. We're a few songs away from that still. But we're guessing.
We're number 21, I think. The funny thing is that was like the German name of a harbor. I had no idea how to pronounce that. It was a very long word. And I speak German.
Ich auch.
Ja, wahrscheinlich sogar besser.
Nein, das denke ich nicht. Ich habe ganz lang kein Deutsch gesprochen.
Ich auch nicht.
Ich habe so viel vergessen. So viel.
Nur mit meiner Familie.
Was für eine Schade. Okay, Germany. Right. Here we go.
Speaking of Germany, here we go.
Oh, he's wearing. he's dressed in a really funny way. He's wearing silly.
He gives me like Fred Durst vibes almost there.
He's wearing leopard skin leggings, sunglasses, and a backwards cap. It's very amusing.
Guess what?
And he's wearing underpants with a cat on.
Oh my god!
Top of his leggings.
What is he wearing?
I think he's just having a bit of a joke around.
Absolutely. Remember when San Marino was trolling us in the rehearsals all the time with the staging?
Oh, with the signs.
With the signs and
like justice for Valentina and stuff.
Yes, and then the Florida pretend stuff.
Yes.
All of these things was so funny. What is that Speedo he's wearing?
It's a Speedo with a cat on it.
Is that a cat? I feel like I don't want to look too close because it seems...
Guys, if this wasn't prohibited to film the screen, I would show you right now. But given that apparently no one can control themselves this year, I imagine it'll end up on Twitter later.
I know. Yeah, let's not. Blood and glitter.
He sounds absolutely perfect, though.
Yeah, he's... I mean, it looks basically the same, except no outfits. I mean, it's an outfit, all right. But you know what I mean.
I imagine their makeup takes quite a long time to do as well.
Yeah. And you don't want to have that on your face all day long.
Go. These guys are so good. Like, they're just so professional with how they perform. This might actually be one of my top 3 now, you know.
Oh, I've always loved it.
It's
It's my kind of song. That's why I love, like, Germany, Finland, Australia are high up for me in general. Serbia.
Yeah. I think this is a dark horse to do well. Like I
said, this is a for the televote. Still not convinced about the juries, but I don't think it's going to be at the bottom of the jury because just like what we saw in the national final, there will be certain people who appreciate sound as well.
Mhm.
So that gets some points. It's just not much. I'm hoping for a left side of the scoreboard for Germany, and now it's a
yeah,
it's a big goal, but
I'd say so.
I just don't want the bottom. I guess if they get out of the bottom 5, I think it would be already a win.
I think it would be so disappointing if they finish bottom 5. I think it would be. It's like what are they meant to do?
Yeah,
my reaction. Like it's such a good performance.
Can you imagine Lord of the Lost from the juries? Then we may think Chris vocals are pretty good. Could you see a universe where Germany actually could do well with the juries?
I think well is not an unreasonable expectation. I think there's a definite ceiling there because there are going to be some people who just don't get that style. But I don't see why, say, 100 points, 120 points couldn't happen. I think that's entirely possible. We'll have to obviously wait and see.
Okay, now let's switch for internet. Be right back. All right, let's give this a... No. Hang on a second, y'all. Why is it up twice? No, hang on. There you go.
Oh,
what?
Oh, it worked.
What worked?
You fixed it. I was being excited about it.
Oh, I'm like, you're being dramatic. It's still not too slow on the internet, though.
I'm never dramatic. Don't know what you're on about, Matt.
No, it is what it is.
So Monica sounds fine, obviously.
Yeah. Yeah. It was a little like the transition, which went what's a little off, but she's also careful with that. Like she's not even hitting the high notes. See?
Yeah, she's easing off for this one.
Yeah, and that makes sense.
Tuto. I'm going to be tutoring my tutor along to this in the arena later.
Yeah. Tuto. I'm surprised that no one is discussing the possibility that Ukraine could win again massive votes and that what impact that would have for the future of the competition. We've been talking about it before. We don't believe it's going to be as dramatic, but if it were to be even just in the ballpark of that, let's just say 380 points or whatever, well, would that really hurt the contest?
If Ukraine won again, I think it would be a little embarrassing.
Yeah.
I mean, the thing is that we are in an unprecedented situation. So even if Ukraine did win again, it doesn't mean that anything like it doesn't mean that this is an effect that's going to happen forever. I think it will fade over time. But
what if we were in the same? I hope not. A year from today, and we're still at war or there with Russia. Well, but then countries like I'm not going to take part because Ukraine's going to win.
Well, potentially, but I don't think Ukraine will win this year.
Yeah, but that's the whole conversation. Like, assuming they would.
If they did, I would say, I think if it happens one more time, then I think it won't. It's not a problem. If it was this year, and people look at it and go, okay, well, it was a great performance. I think they're supported well by both jury and televote. If they do terribly with the jury and then get rocketed through with 400 in televote, that would obviously leave a sour taste in the mouth. But if it's a more balanced result, then I think people will look at it in a different light.
So if it would be like last year, 5th place with the juries or 4th place, and then win, because they could finish 12th place with the juries and still get that landslide win.
Yeah, I mean. If they get 430 televote points again, obviously, I think everyone's going to look at that and go, okay, something needs to be done to stop this from happening again.
Yeah.
Because it would get silly at some point.
Yeah. If they were to win, it would be, it would be, Yeah, well, I want. Let's cross that bridge when we get to it. I mean, don't get me wrong. I love that song. You know, I just we know it's not a song that would win the contest. Could you see the last place finishing with 40 plus points? Could you see we have that? Sounds like a dramatically high number, but I could see like something like 20, 30 points, something like that could happen. How many points did Portugal have in 2018? Didn't they have like 20 points or something like that?
Something that similar, yeah.
Yeah.
I think 40 is a little high. That would mean you'd have a very, very compressed field.
Yeah.
Because to give one country 40 points, to give the lower bottom country 40 points, everyone has to have 40 points. That's a lot you're taking.
Yeah, it would be like 40, 41, 42, 43 kind of, setup. That would be, could it happen? Sure, but is it likely? Probably not. So it's Israel's turn. Hey.
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 Names.
Hey.
Jardim got 40 points, actually. I remember it was that high.
There was more countries participating that year, though.
That too. And
Like 41.
Yeah, it was a larger number. So is it possible? Sure. We'll see.
We had, how many was it last year? 39?
40.
40, okay.
Because you lost Bulgaria, North Macedonia, Montenegro. She's sounding good. Yeah, sounds good. Okay, so any questions? I was listening to Israel right now at ESC United. Believe us, we Ukrainians don't want to win a second year in a row. We received so much hate within the last year from the fans. Some fans were just stupid. I'm saying it right now. So don't listen to the stupid people. I don't think people understand what music can do to you, because people say it's a political vote. They're like, it's not a political vote, it's an emotional vote. And that's how we always vote, on an emotional level. When a ballot touches you on an emotional level, you vote for it. When you watch the performance, it touched you because you know the context of life. And people wanted to vote for it for that reason. So don't listen to the haters. Benjamin, no.
Oh, Jardim was dead last in the televote of 25 countries. Ouch.
What?
Oh, Jardim came last in 25 televotes.
In 25 televotes?
Yeah, 25 countries televotes.
Oh, 25 points?
No, 25 countries it came last with.
Yeah.
So it got, as in 26 out of 26.
Okay, gotcha.
How are we feeling about the show's actually flowed pretty well for me? I don't know about you. It feels like they've sort of gone for sort of waves of songs. So it gets more upbeat and then it sort of goes down for a few songs, then up for a few, then down for a few. And I actually think it kind of works. I like this running order. I'm a fan personally.
I didn't like the first half. The second half, I do. Now we're going to just get boom, 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 because we're getting now Slovenia and then Croatia and
UK.
It's going to be all fun and upbeat.
Someone's mentioning, this is a fun little thing, but the founding principle of Eurovision. They make a big deal of this every year about how it was founded to bring together a continent ravaged by war. The reality is the EBU needed some programming to do on the cheap, so they decided to organize a song contest. They were only ever going to do it once, but it went so well that they decided to renew it for the next year, and off it went.
Yeah, it's always that urban legend. People still talk about it's a torn war, continent, which maybe helped, but it was actually just to test the most recent technology that they had, basically.
So it's taken on a lot more meaning since then, but there's a bit of mythology about how the contest was founded. I like it too, so I sometimes choose to believe it myself, but it's all about, not quite the fairy tale it sounds like.
It is. No, it's not.
Right, Slovenia. Here they come.
So here comes Slovenia, yes, you said. There's probably not much to report here, so let's see. Do you think we could see a shock top 5 placement? Who would be the most likely shock top 5? I would have said Israel, but at this point, it's no longer a shocker anymore.
I think there's a few which I would be shocked by, which I think are not impossible. And for me, those include Lithuania, Australia. I guess Spain isn't a shock because I'm expecting that to finish third. France at this point would be a shock top 5 for me. I think they've fallen away a bit.
Oh. What about Slovenia now that we're talking about it?
Well, yeah, and someone mentioned that in chat as well. I think unlikely for me.
I think so too. I don't know if Slovenia will beat their best record at 7th place yet, but I think it's going to be their best result in many years.
Oh, absolutely. There seems to be some promotion out in the hall.
In the future, I would like to see Eurovision in stadiums. Think 50K people instead of these smaller arenas.
No.
Yes.
No. What if it rains? What if it's cold?
Well, you can roof like what they have in Germany. But the problem is, it's not. I love the idea, but how many arenas exist like that? You have to be in a rich country that has it available within a year. That alone is difficult. And they need to have the roof, and it needs to support all the requirements that the EBU has. You narrow it down so much that it makes it difficult. So an arena, what we had in Düsseldorf, very unlikely unless, again, you go to a big country. I mean, even the UK couldn't pull that off because it's just not that big, but
we don't have any stadiums which of that scale which have a retractable roof.
Yeah.
Because it rains so much here.
Yeah. So you need to go with arena, something like what we have here right now. That just seems to be the norm. And there are lots of other logistics that become very difficult. It's nice because you can welcome as many people as possible, or you do what Azerbaijan does and build it from scratch, within that year, as the paint is still drying at people walking in. And I'm not saying that figuratively, literally was drying as they're walking in.
Wow. Was it dry by the Saturday?
I think by then it was dried off, yeah. But there's still lots of things that weren't done yet. I wasn't there, but I know all the stories.
We're saying Wimbledon.
It's always busy there.
The funny thing is, Centre Court Wimbledon is not far away from the capacity you need, but it's way too small. You couldn't do it there. It was all wrong. Croatia's up next.
Should ESC go back to a black tie event? No, it's not going to happen.
Never. No way. Absolutely not.
No. I like the fun fact, and it has evolved so much. And the black tie event also is, I actually like the more, I like the idea of having more of a, I wouldn't call it formal, but less like concert-like setup. I can see appreciation for that. At the same time, it also makes it very exclusive.
Yeah.
And I don't like that part.
Eurovision isn't really a concert anymore. It's a party, in my opinion.
It's a celebration, and it was less of a celebration back then even. It was really more of like an exclusive, like hoity-toity event. And I'm glad it's no longer that way.
People pointing out also in chat about the stadiums. Poor sound. Yeah, they're too big. It can, the performers get swallowed in there. You think the wide shots are bad now? Imagine the wide shots in a 60K capacity stadium. Like, they'd become entirely...
Copenhagen wasn't because it was like a hangar, basically, we were in, but they had to redo everything. It was so expensive. They lost so much money on that.
Because they didn't have a suitable arena, did they?
We almost went to that weird tiny town. Not Herring.
Aarhus.
No, it wasn't Aarhus. It was another one. Herning. That was it, yeah.
I've heard of Herning.
It was one vote short of us going there.
Really?
Yes.
That close?
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
I'm just happy that Croatia's in the final.
It won me over eventually. Yeah. It took it until...
Well, it's not my favorite song either per se, but I can appreciate what it brings to the lineup.
And for permanently basing Eurovision in Rotterdam, did an amazing job in 2020. No. Part of the joy of Eurovision is that it moves all around Europe. If it's in the same place every year, it would lose some of the magic.
Yes. And it's like a privilege and exciting thing to host it. Oh, the mix sounds really good, the vocals there. It sounds was very shouty. It sounds actually way better. It sounds really good here.
And also, the guy's fine. I know there was some worries about his health earlier in the week. He's fine.
Oh, but was something going on?
Yeah, he got a bit sick.
Oh, sick like cold?
Like, yeah, he was in bed with a cold.
Okay.
Blocked nose and stuff, but he seems fine now. Here comes the man.
We forgot it.
They've done their changes and now they're in their underwear.
Mama. What?
Certainly dramatic.
Oh, not yet. Mana mana. Baby. Mana mana. He got sick like gay. Did I hear that right? No, not gay. Cold. He got a cold. He got a.
Yes, he caught gay.
I actually,
he came to Liverpool and caught gay.
When I was a supervisor at the call center, one of my employees called in. I'm sorry, I can't. I swear I'm not making this up. I cannot call. I have to call out sick today. I caught the Down syndrome.
What?
I caught Down syndrome.
Why would you, if you're faking a reason, why would you choose that?
They must. I was in the South. I live in the American South.
Okay. It's one of those things. And it's the River Thames in London on May's postcards.
The lead singer, by the way, sounded amazing. This was like the mix sounded so good. His voice and the backup. I was a big fan of this one. This was my favorite performance, probably, of Croatia.
There's lots of May Miller looking over the River Thames. She's got a yellow umbrella. She's standing next to the Tower Bridge.
We had someone call in a bomb threat to get out of work. Yeah, that's some people are just like, just say, I'm sorry, I can't come in. I'm sick. You're not even supposed to ask what's wrong with you. You're not allowed. So yeah, they need some time for May as well, getting all that thing pushed on.
At the moment, we have a break. There was some trouble with setting up her staging yesterday as well. It took them a few minutes. Some of the screens looked like they were misbehaving.
Well, they better get that figured out soon, because
Oh, and they've given Hannah Waddingham a card. They're talking about that Natalia Gordienko note.
That longest note in the history of the contest, the one that she didn't sing. That's still the most upsetting thing. Huh?
The air raid siren.
Yeah. No, what siren are you talking about? No.
Natalia Gordienko.
Yeah.
Sugar.
Yeah. But on a siren. It was just like this long note that the backup singer was singing.
Really? She wasn't even singing it?
No.
What?
You didn't know that?
No! Kirkorov.
Just like what Bulgaria did with the lady. She also didn't sing her note. In 2018.
Here we go. The United Kingdom.
Here we go. Let's see how it sounds like.
Please be good. Fine at the start.
Oh gosh, this camera's getting worse and worse.
It's because maybe it's because we're dancing around too much.
Huh?
We're dancing around too much. Instead, I wrote a song. So May's vocal.
Wait, it sounds better. No, maybe not.
That's because she's really quiet.
Yeah.
Because she's on vocal rest.
Since the beginning.
Yeah.
I feel like the backup singers of it's not just singing; it sounds slightly different from her voice. Sets it apart and makes it sound a little better. I think Because before it was like you couldn't barely tell them apart. You can tell them apart a little bit.
I do feel like I've said, oh, May's on vocal rest every single rehearsal. So the people in chat say permanent vocal rest. She's been on vocal rest for what? Yeah, I know what you mean. She was on
British
rest.
apologist.
She was on vocal rest this week. Hopefully, she'll bring something a bit more later. Like, it doesn't need to be perfect. It just needs to be good. But at the moment, I'm not thrilled.
And certainly energy-wise, she is not there either. But that is okay. That I would agree with. That don't be. The thing is, because the staging is so vibrant and active that when the singing is a little softer like that, it just doesn't match.
It creates a mismatch.
Yeah.
Hey, on pre-party, she's on a vocal rest. You know what, guys? I deserve this roast.
You kind of do.
Roast away. This one, I'll give it to you. I deserve it.
Okay, so she kind of didn't do the big note. I mean, the note wasn't even horrible, but it was when she did the vocal exercise where she really made the wrong turn.
There we go.
Oh, I feel so, because I love her. Like, she is so a great ambassador for the UK in the contest and how she takes it seriously and represents it. And she's so nice in person. It's just pretty rough to see this, that this could now fall into this could flop. I hope not. I'm worried about the juries for sure. The televoters will be more forgiving because they don't necessarily look at all the little flaws in the vocals.
Can you please tell us what part of the song they're tuning for Sweden here in the recap? When they show a recap, we will let you know.
Yeah, I don't think they're going to change that much. But yeah, we can let that know. I'll let you know if we don't forget.
The host is currently all singing I Wrote a Song.
Anything the Heart of Steel. But it's just like they're going to do during the show. There's just really just, this is very improvised.
Yeah, I think at the moment they're just waiting for something to happen.
They're actually having a dialogue just while we're waiting. I wonder. Oh, no, they just zoomed away from them and then zoomed back to them. I wonder if they know that we can hear them.
This is really sweet, actually.
Yeah. The fixing earpieces. Alicia just told Hannah, "You're not the boss of me. You don't own me. You don't know who I am. I was on Britain's Got Talent, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Waving a finger, and then Hannah was punched in the face. And then Julia was like,
And Alicia Dixon just sung solo, solo.
And Graham is like, that's why I'm gay. This is totally true what I'm saying. It's absolutely the truth. Now they're just having fun on stage, laughing, chatting away, waiting for the next cue. So before Matt out of context is made, kind of a...
Oh, they're going back into the zone?
Oh, that is funny. They're getting instructions all in the ear. That is funny. Because the way they stopped moving, it was like, la, 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 la. All four of them. It was just funny. All right, so we're also goofing off because we're just watching them goofing off. Now Hannah and Julia are hugging, and she's singing. Aww.
Oh, they're singing.
They're singing, and then they're laughing. They're all just genuinely, they have good chemistry. So that's very enjoyable. So this is a big mess from the UK to not have been so sure about being vocally on it before selection compared to what Sam pulled off last year. I don't know. I mean, the difference here, I almost want to compare, like, are we having a similar Netherlands? But it's different because they had a good song. And I do think that they put effort into it. I don't know how much research they looked into the whole vocal thing. I think that is something that people need to start thinking about. It's more than just the song, because you need to be a good, solid live performer.
Well,
and I don't know how much work they put into that.
So, from what I've heard from people who've seen her perform live prior to her Eurovision experience, they've always said she's a strong live performer.
Okay.
I think it might just be that the song isn't quite in her range.
Oh, is that what it is?
It's just not quite working with her voice, is the only thing I can think of. Maybe I'm being a little too generous. By the way, Matt, I will need to leave in 10 minutes to go and eat.
Okay.
And get in line for the final.
Already?
Yes.
How so early? It's not even 3 o'clock yet.
I've got to eat. I haven't eaten all day.
Okay.
And I will be on the barrier tonight. So, and tonight I'm expecting that queue to be busier. So I've got to.
Okay. I'll see you later.
I'm not going yet.
That gives you some extra time. Go.
You sure?
Yeah. Go.
You sure? Okay.
Go. Yeah.
Oh gosh. Well, in that case, I will see you all back on the stream after the show.
If you're coming over to that?
Yes, I will rush back.
Okay.
On completion.
All right.
All right. I shall bid you all farewell now. I will be in the arena tonight, and then I will check in and let you guys know how it is afterwards. I'm getting in the queue nice and early, and also I'm going to go and eat my dinner. So yes, I'll be in by probably 4 o'clock. That'll be terrifying. I'm going to go do it.
Okay.
Oh, and I'm doing Windows updates.
Yeah, mine wants to doing an update as well, and I'm like, no.
Later. All right. I shall leave that there. I need this one.
Okay. So that means since my stream just died on me.
I did it.
Yeah, I'm going to switch again to my phone internet to get back into it. So I may lose you all for just a second. Don't go anywhere, because otherwise I'll be sad, because we got a lot of invalid and fake results come in. So hold on tight. I hate this.
All right. See you on the other side.
Bye. Last night I wrote a song on how you did me wrong. Hey y'all, I'm trying to get my live stream to run again. So you're gonna get fake results. Yes. I don't know how long that'll be. If there's gonna be a major delay, I have to leave as well, because I do gotta record some videos. But first, we're gonna get the interval act that we're gonna tell you about, and all of that shenanigans. Right now, we're on the recap, in case you're wondering. Oh wait, somebody wanted to see the Swedish part. So we're on Cyprus right now, so I got 2 more, and I'll let you know what part the recap is. I don't remember what it was for the actual semi, so let's see. So on 8, we are on Spain now. Of course, they pan into the room in the owl wave and stuff. Down a minute. It seems like it's the part for Lorraine, the chorus where she pushes up the screen. So as she pushes up the screen, that's the portion they use, if that's the one you wanted to know. So now, while we're watching the recap, it's hard for me to, I start yelling because the sound is so loud. Any questions at ESC United in the chat? That way, probability these bad results could be better for UK this year. I bet will suck again. That way, probability those bad results could look better for. I don't know. I don't want to talk about it. I don't want to hear about it. I don't want to talk about it. I don't understand how can be in top 10 in the betting odds and also the favorite to come last. I don't get it. I do get it, because half of the people could think this is a top 10 result. The other said this could come last. That's just kind of how it goes. It comes down to who puts more money on what. You can see, for instance, I would never put money down for Poland to win Eurovision, but I would put money down for Poland to be in the top 10. Do you know what I mean? So that's kind of what it is. And that's how people apply it. Nobody thinks, I mean, most people don't think UK is going to win, except for like the diehard UK fans. UK almost always is overrepresented in the betting odds because a lot of the bets come from the UK. A lot of British websites and all that stuff. So they're often almost always overrepresented in the odds. Something to take into consideration. But a lot of people outside think this is a potential last place because semifinalists hardly ever come last, and the other direct qualifiers are a little bit more impressive in terms of visual, sound, song, and vocals. So that's why I think some people think this, a lot of people think that could actually come last. So they're just applying some logic there, maybe. I'm hoping the UK will stay out of the right side or bottom 5 territory, but would love for your thoughts. Not sure performing last will help on the points front. Going last can only help. It could not hurt them. I think at this point, I haven't done a ranking yet. But I do think that what I'm hoping for the UK is at least a higher right side scoreboard outcome at this point. Maybe they surprise us. I don't know. But right now, I don't see the juries or the televoters feeling super strong about it. Ew, that's coming from my headphones. It's falling apart. I thought there was something in my ear. I need a new one when I get home. Hang on one second. In which language do you think Luxembourg will send their first song? French. I want them to send something in German. I want that Luxembourg. But I think they're sticking to French. That would be my guess. My question was, why don't the UK or other Big Five have festivals to pick a song? Well, the UK did in the past, and the Brits at that point were often picking incorrectly, for the lack of a better word. That's how we ended up with Scooch, when they actually had a really good song that could have done quite well, and then they picked other songs that just didn't succeed. And then starting 2011, I think it was, or whenever, and then it was a lot of mismanaging on the UK side. I mean, they had some national finals after that as well. But the problem is not that they don't have a national final. It's when they have a national final, the selection is quite blah. And what they need to do is have better songs in the running, because if you only have blah to choose from, you only get blah at Eurovision. So they need to come up with something that UMK worthy kind of show. So we're still on the recap. We're currently on Croatia. And yeah, Spain performed last in 2009 and came last. That is true. However, did she come? 2009 was different because what was her televote result though? Did she come last with the televote? I don't remember. I don't remember if she came last with the televote. I think she did a little bit better there. But yeah, I'm not saying coming last is going to help. But it's not going to hurt you. Spain would have come last regardless of where she ended up in the running order. It just didn't click. Oops, that wasn't only for me, the question. Sorry about that. Give me 1 second. I'm just putting on my headset right now and listen to the next clip. We are getting a Intervalak probably. So right now we are just seeing an empty arena in the far, far back. And as a reminder, tonight, the big jury show. You do not want to miss it, where half of the results are being announced, chosen, decided, because the juries will watch tonight's show and everyone will give their 100%. Some of the acts slowed down tonight. Norway, Lithuania, they all come to mind. And thumbs up for me. Be smart about, choose your battles. It was last with the juries and 21 with the televoters. Yeah, so I'm not, when it comes to the running order, it's always mostly referring to the televote where it has an impact, not the juries. Because the juries are actually being put in a room and they have to pay attention. They have to grade every song, while the televoters can just pop in 6 songs into the show and then they don't, people's brains and minds slow down a little bit. It's just a human nature and all that stuff. So, we're getting some singing, but no staging. I think they're just playing a clip in the background. Oh, it is Sam Ryder, who I saw yesterday, by the way, performing. It's probably his new song, right, that he's performing? But he's not there. But basically, everybody else should be there. Tonight, at least. Except your Madonna. Madonna doesn't show up until the actual show. She was such a diva. That's funny because Madonna and I grew up listening to Madonna's music, right? It's almost like I had a bad breakup with her after Eurovision because I just hated how she behaved herself at Eurovision and how she was. Yeah, I don't want to even talk about it. So any questions you have at ESC United while we're waiting for the Innoval Act? I don't think so. They're not going to have properly Sam Ryder perform right now. They're just playing his song, and they have the camera on a drummer, just actually playing the drums. How many 12 points from jurors do you predict Lorraine is? I don't know. A dozen. We have 30. You can get up to 36, right? So I'll say 10. I don't know. I'm guessing. How am I supposed to know that kind of stuff? She'll get plenty. How many get like landslide winners like Dami Imge? She got a bunch, but I don't know how many. Someone has that number. Let me know. I missed France. Did she improve from the last rehearsals? So France, they definitely changed the sound and some of the lighting. I could tell her voice was louder and more prominent. She was still holding back singing, especially the higher notes. So this is the first dress rehearsal. You're not supposed to give 100%. Keep that in mind. So, but tonight will be a better way to judge it because she has to give 100% for the jury show. Give me 1 second. I'm listening. They're still playing that song. So, and we're not getting any camera work. We're just having the camera on the band. Who do you think were the last 2 out? Who do you think were the last 2 out? 2 out of what? Can you clarify? I'm not sure out of what. Can the people in the arena watching the Eurovision vote for songs? So you can use your app. I guess you can vote in the app. Yeah. So if you're in the arena, you can vote there as long as your country is in the Eurovision. You should be able to. I got a message from my team here. Let me see what they're saying. Nothing important. The last 2 not qualify. You mean the 2 that came in 11th place? My guess is in semi 1, Malta, in semi 2, Georgia. But that would be my guess. That would be my guess. So now his song's over. Sam Ryder, he wasn't there, or at least we don't think he was, because all we had was a shot of the drummer. And you can see the guitarist in the back standing there somewhere. Madonna, for me, was just about one of the worst performances on the Eurovision. It's high up there. I was very disappointed. She didn't sound good. It didn't look, it was just, it was just the name. And that's about it. And that I'm always against big names at Eurovision anyways, unless there's really proper context. Like some people are rumoring Paul McCartney for the Eurovision final. That would make sense. He's British. He's from Liverpool. You know, there is context there. But Justin Timberlake in Sweden, Madonna in Israel, what the hell? You know, it makes no sense. But I will give something to Justin Timberlake. At least he was there for one of the rehearsals. Madonna did not show up at all. And not only that, she refused to perform in front of anyone. She had her own team come in and they could rehearse in private. Everyone else of the EBU had to be kicked out so she can do her own stuff. It was quite ridiculous. With some acts in semi-1 being final worthy, not making it through, why not have one semi-final with all the semi-final performers and choose the top 20? No, that's just too long of a show, and then it's still no. You want to have 2 shows. The luck of the draw. That's the only fair thing to do. We used to have one semifinal, and it's just too messy. It's too long of a show. I mean, you would have 30-something songs. You cannot have a long show like that. It's just impossible. Like even back then, it was already a little too long. You would have to bring down the semifinalists to like 30 or something like that, or 32. Nordic and Baltic countries will definitely give all Sweden 12 points. Most of the other countries will probably appreciate Spain more. Or maybe some of them will put Finland high. Could that be? Could Estonia give 12 points to Finland? Sweden is not the only Nordic country out there. Maybe Norway will sneak in a little bit and get a couple of 12-pointers there as well. But she will get high points, no doubt about it. No one is denying that. But it's also not a foregone conclusion for me either. Someone said, it's a shame that we never had Celine Dion back to perform. I don't think she necessarily enjoyed her experience as much as we would have liked, even though she won. But she did feel like, especially back then, she even said in an interview, she doesn't talk about Eurovision much, but she didn't mention in one interview that she felt like people, like she's like a horse, like people betting on her, like she's like a racing horse. And it was very stressful for her. And she doesn't perform that song anymore either. So she's very detached from Eurovision. So that doesn't surprise me. So right now, giving an update, there's lots of walking around on stage. So I don't think we'll get to the fake results tonight in a proper time. It's 3 o'clock here already. But let's answer a few more questions while we have, as a reminder, 8 o'clock our time, which is 9 yours. That is when we are doing the jury show. What is your favorite dance break this year? Gabe and I were talking about it. I think we both agree. We both think Armenia's is the nicest one. For us, we like that one the best. I know there are too many dance breaks. It's a new key change, as I keep saying. We'll see. Do you think any song from the second final who will finish in the top 10 in the grand final? Do you think any song from the second final who will finish in the top 10 in the, you mean the second semifinal? Sorry, the second semifinal who will finish in the top 10 grand final? Yeah, there are several contenders. Australia is high up there. Austria is now dropping from that perspective, right? But they could still make top 10. Australia is a big chance there. I could see Universe where Lithuania sneaks in as like the ballad with a great running order and whatnot. Like a 10th place or so. Those are the most obvious ones to me. I could see Armenia sneaking in there as well. Yeah, that would be my guess. Do you remember the semifinal in 2007 with 27 songs? That was bad enough. Yes, that was a pretty rough night. And then 10 songs qualified and 17 were out. I remember that because it was only Eastern European countries that qualified, and there was this outrage that they all made it. While some of them I felt were a little, they shouldn't have qualified. They just had the better songs anyway, still, to be fair. So I will defend the outcome, but some of them I seemed a little questionable. I would agree with that. But yeah, that was a big mess. Only 10 and then 17 eliminated. Man. What if Finland destroys the juries and we were all wrong along? So I'm still not convinced he's going to completely flop. Because we said it before, there are more than the vocal criteria that they take into consideration. They have put less than ideal vocalists high up. Benjamin Ingrosso was not a great vocalist. He was singing like a mouse, like dance beep 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 beep, right? And he still got second place. So that is not always a criteria. It's more like the song is so jarring and doesn't feel jury friendly, but they're also judging originality and whatnot. So, and the overall look of it, there's lots and lots to go for it. And jurors are humans after all. They like a little bit of fun. So I can see them doing decently at the bare minimum. I can see universe where they're not completely destroying Karja's chances. But he will not come first, probably not second. But if they did, then I would be happy to be wrong. If I see Austria did well in the semi like Czechia last year and they don't finish top 10 because of the running order, again, I'll be fuming. I don't want to say it again. I'm not going to say it. I'm not going to say it. But I will say that's why I don't want a producer-driven running order. I get it. I get it. But yeah, it feels unfair. And by the way, if you're wondering, we now actually get the full performance here. Sam Rada is in the arena, actually. So he performed 3 times. But before camera wasn't on him, so I didn't pay attention. He stands on stage, is very blue with like blue lights in front of him. He's wearing, again, a glittery outfit. I didn't even notice it because it was the 3rd time they played the song, so I assumed he wasn't there. But there are dancers. There's one dancer in a wheelchair, and a dancer person on the stage in a wheelchair, and then there are 2 people actually going to dance. And while he's singing, there are people dancing, male, female, moving to the center stage while he is singing in the back. He has his band to the side and all of whatnot. That's just like promoting his new song. Oh, whoa, whoa. I think it's only fair, by the way, that Sam Ryder didn't technically win, but he's like what usually we think of the winner, that the person that brought the contest to the country gets to promote their new song. And it's only fair, and I'm glad they're doing that. Even though it's like, we want Eurovision music. Who will be the Cyprus jury, give their 12 points this year, and will the arena scream it? Well, what about the televote? Not just the juries, both of them. I think the juries will go for Sweden or something like that. The televoters, I'm not sure. It's going to be a little wilder. It's going to be a little wilder, but I don't know. But we don't get the televote from Cyprus separately, so wow. Matt, is it true there will be a U.S. guest on the final? What? Not that I'm aware of. Anyone hear anything about it? I don't think so. They have all these Brits now. The Brits will not bring in an American. They have plenty of British talent. Where did you hear that? Is this the first year where the jury's got the different criteria they should judge by it? It sounds new to me. I mean, most of them are the same. I think they just wanted to make it a little bit less about just focus on the vocals. They wanted to make it a little bit more the overall production, and they're trying to put a little bit more an emphasis on that. So they're not that far off. So I tweeted them before. There are in the handbook, I think, that if you want to look them up in more detail. I don't remember them exactly, the wording by heart. Hang on one second. So we are getting a now that Sam Ryder rehearsed, we're moving on to the next clip. Let's see what it is. It's Graham Norton in the green room. Graham Norton is in the green room. Oh, it was Roger Taylor from Queens on the drums. I didn't even realize that. Yay. Wait, there's some host called Jan. What's it, like a Jan Lee or something that hosted the contest before? Or it's like Jan Lee. And the first name is Jan. It's a stand-in. So I don't know who that person is. Must be like a former host from back in the day. Can someone help me with that? Do you feel like it's really just a two-horse race between Sweden and Finland right now? For the full results, yeah. In the televote, I can see a different ranking. In the jury results, I can see different ranking. But when you combine them, I think it'll be between those two. Jan Fleming. Thank you, Vial. So Jay Fleming then. Jan Fleming. She hosted back in 1982. Well, she'll get a quick interview on there as well. So showing clips from back then, 1982, from her hosting job. Like an awkward moment that happened. Oh, when Ralph Siegel won with Nicole, he was giving a prize, and there was an awkward moment. Oh, Graham Norton now is asking for directions. Because he's like, is that the end of the clip? Am I supposed to do something? He's like, edit. It's kind of cool to see. Why do you think Chanel wasn't asked back for the Innovel Act? Oops, that was the wrong question, but that I read, Alicia. So she apparently, these are just rumors, but apparently what we heard, she was asked back, but she said basically she cannot make it. It seems that she was implying that her record label would not let her do it, that she had reasons she couldn't go, but apparently she was asked. So now we are. There's still it's still Graham Norton asking for some specifics on what to do. Okay, they're just testing the interview, nothing to report on. Journalists said they had cuts during the rehearsals and couldn't see the whole performance. Is that the same for you? Journalists said they had cuts during the rehearsals. I don't know what kind of cuts. I could see most of it. Every once in a while, my stream froze, but it is working just fine. I could see everything for the most part. So I don't know what they had issues. Maybe they had issues in the press center. There's a difference between the press center and the online press center. Am I the only one surprised to see Portugal as second favorite to finish last? The starting position is bad, yes, and Portugal has a few certain televote friends, but still seems too good for it. Not the only one. I could see that Portugal could do a little less than ideal with the running order, and it makes me think that she probably just squeezed into the finals. So I'm not 100% sure. So now we're seeing Julia talking in the audience. So there's something legendary. Look at this. So Timur is talking on a video clip now. Eurovision is more than something. It's nail-biting drama. Oh, they're showing the split screen between Sweden and the Netherlands in 2019. It's the most exciting sequence on the planet. So they're just talking about the nail-biting results, I guess. And then spokespeople. There's a focus on the spokespeople. All points go to Spain. Some funny, like spokespeople making jokes. The Yaya Ding Dong dude is there. Oh, whoever's on the top of the scoreboard has an agonizing wait. Showing Sweden, showing Sam Ryder, and then they show Ukraine getting the 439 points. And then the UK getting 0-2-0, Germany getting 0, Spain getting 0, the Netherlands getting 0. They're really bringing that back? No. Then they put, they're just a bunch of like how people catch other acts and whatnot. Dang. And then they show the split screen between Italy and Switzerland. And then Måneskin's face when they realize they won. The EBU loves some drama there. And then they showed, of course, Sweden's face briefly. Yeah. And they call it drama. Get ready for tonight's drama. They're absolutely going for the dramatic effects and said are no longer allowed to have that split screen. They want to focus on that. So get ready for that segment. They're doing an interview with someone. I missed the name. But it's a stand-in right now. So I'm not sure they're doing a fake interview with somebody. I'll catch it next time. Do you see a scenario where 3 country, for example, finishes second in both jury and snatches the win? Yes. We talked about it before. The question is, I don't know, which one could it be? Could it be Spain? Could it be Norway? Who could it be? Do you know what I mean? I don't know. So, I think they're going to the commentary box. They're having interviews with the people in the commentary box. They're going to the Australian one. So they pick some that they want to push, huh? I really don't mind if we come last because we are hosting and makes it extra special. I'd like to do well, but it's not the end of the world. I love your attitude, Lee. I don't want you to come last for multiple reasons. Number 1, I love the song. So I wanted you to do well. And number 2, I'm worried. I know you don't care, but I'm worried that people get immediately like, we did well once and see one time and now they hate us again and they all lose interest. And I want UK to be a little bit more consistent and rather than just have that one great moment where they shine. But I'm glad that you have that attitude. And I think it's a healthy one to have. I would go into this, we may come last. So anything else is a bonus. And that's what I loved about Sam Ryder. He said, if I get more than 0 points, I'll consider that a win. That is a good attitude to have. And I'm not saying you always have to have a low bar, but to me, it's prepare for the worst, but hope for the best. And that is just, to me, the healthiest approach, in my view. If Australia won, do you think they would host it as it's quite a no, they will not host it. It was previously announced Australia would never host in person, but what they would do, they would co-host with whoever would become the actual host. So let's say Australia comes first and Finland comes second. They would then collaborate with Finland. It would take place most likely in Finland, but they would both be part of the show. Almost kind of what's happening with Ukraine, except the broadcaster wasn't really that involved with hosting because, there's so much going on war, obviously, because that's a different issue. So now, after we portion, there's again a quick little break here while we're waiting for the host to get ready. They're pointing at their earpieces and they're standing in the dark. So, and while they are doing that, I am going to be right back. I just gotta get in a quick bathroom break. Don't go anywhere. And I'm back. Let's see if I missed anything. Nope, I missed nothing. Nada. That means they're still both Graham Norton and Hannah getting ready for whatever segment they're supposed to do here next. So let's pick up where we left off. Has Kazakhstan decided to broadcast this year's contest? I don't think they are. I could be wrong. From what I recall, it was no intention of broadcasting it, but I could be wrong. So I am not sure. Hannah and Graham talking to each other. You need to do this and you need to do that. I'm like, okay, do I do this? No, you do that. And they're like giving each other directions. For the next bit, you have to do this. Okay, now we're actually going to they just did an announcement for the recap. So we're getting a recap. Okay, we're done. I'm not going to do it for all 26. Did you think Spaceman would belong in the winner's circle? I don't know what you mean belong in the... Spaceman is not the winner's circle. That came second. So I'm not quite sure if I understand your question, Alicia. Forgive me. Do you think if it should have been a winner? I'm very happy with Stefania. I love that song. But I loved Spaceman as well. So I'd be cool with either of them winning. But there can only be one, right? Are we now on the French part? Do you agree that the juries have to be brought back for the semifinals after Cyprus and Poland both qualify after shamelessly abusing the pre-recorded backings? It's a good question, Andy, and it is a multi-layered answer there. I mean, I say yes, bring the juries back. That does not mean that Cyprus and Poland would have suffered from that. And they did not shamelessly abuse the pre-recorded backings. That's just part of it. But Cyprus also sang very loud. You could hear Andrew quite loudly. And keep in mind, you cannot cover up the lead vocals. You cannot have pre-recorded lead vocals. That is them. And that is very important. Blame the EBU for these rules. The juries will not downgrade someone for using pre-recorded vocals. They're even not allowed to do that. So that's not the jury's responsibility. In addition to that, the juries will, if anything, the juries will go away completely. Martin Österdahl said in a podcast a few days ago that they were considering completely getting rid of the juries, even in the grand final. So Martin is trying to really change this up, just like a new supervisor at a retail store, you know, leaving his mark on the contest. And I don't like these changes. Will you guys make prediction of the final results? And if so, when will you do that? Yes. Usually do it after this show, but it's very busy. So definitely by tonight. I may get the results after the jury vote. The jury show, I should say. I haven't done my own ranking because I've been here doing this. And especially tonight, because right now I was more talking about some of the in-level act stuff. I didn't even really focus on the flow of the show and whatnot. So it's going to be hard. But in Poland, it sounds like the pre-recorded vocals are singing the same thing. So it's not just against the rules. Ali, actually, Poland has the backup vocalists with them. So behind the stage. So what she does, she has a backtrack, and she has a real person with her singing along with her for the chorus. And Finland does the same thing. The UK does the same thing. There's several artists that do that. And sometimes it makes sense because it adds a depth and layer to the song. So that is not unusual. And keep in mind, even if they bring in live vocals, and I want that desperately, they still have the ability then to bring 6 backup vocalists with them and cover up the singers, like what Demi did in 2017 with This Is Love when she didn't even hit the big notes, what Bulgaria did in 2018 when the woman couldn't hit the high notes, the backup singer was doing that. So that's happened before, and it would happen even with live vocalists. Excuse me. Who's on stage right now? And that's the running order field. So no one's on stage right now because we're looking at the recap. Oh, a recap is pre-cap. Recap is over right now, actually, as I was saying that. And we're back in the green room with Hannah and Graham Norton. I'm listening to what they're talking. Collaboration. Wait. All the old Eurovision stars that we saw. The Liverpool Songbook is what it's called. So let's see. We're starting with Mahmoud singing his 2 entries, I guess. No. I'm in heaven. It's easy if you try. Oh, no, imagine. Yeah. No, what? Imagine other people. Okay. The singing live. Imagine all the people. They have like a orchestra in the back. In for the world. Ooh, ooh. At first I thought he was singing heaven. I'm in heaven, but that's not what he was singing. But he was singing Imagine All the People. It's Mahmoud singing that. He's wearing a white undershirt and he has a very unique fashion sense. Something black underneath the jacket hanging off his arms. I do like it's live. Blinded me. Ooh, ooh. It's actually really pretty. I don't know if the song I envision his voice singing Imagine, but the arrangement is really nice. So I'm gonna sing Beatles songs. So he sings the "We Is One." So now that he has done his part, camera is spinning around. You still keep singing. It's still Mahmoud. Oh, and now my live stream froze. Oh, and now there's a pause. It's back. And after he is done, we're moving elsewhere. And what is that? Oh, wow. Oh, it's Florida's You Spin Me Round, Round, Baby. Oh, wait, that's not. It's Netta coming down, descending and ceiling from a weird thing. It's not, I know, it's not Florida that originated. It's that band. I forgot the name from the 80s. But You Spin Me Right Round, Round. And she has a crazy costume. She does like a spider costume. Oh my God, what is that? It looks like a blow-up balloons that she has on the back, but it looks like spider legs. Dead or Alive, that was the band, yeah. Thank you, I forgot the name of the band. Round, round, baby, right round, like a record, baby. Dead or Alive, yeah, because I only think of, I didn't even know that version existed. I only knew of the Florida version, but then I found out eventually. Like a record. And she has like a very crazy costume on, but we know Netta. And then there's a bunch of dancers around her as well in like red and yellow outfits. So she's done her right round. She's done. She was descending from a ceiling, as mentioned. Let's see what's next. Boom, 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 boom. That's Dadi Freya from Iceland. I don't know the song. At least recognize it yet. Makes me cry. You can make me whole again. Another one. And if I see you with another man, I've been joking. Do what I can. I don't know that song. You just pass me by. It makes me cry. You can make me whole again. I don't know that song. Looking back from where we first met, I cannot forget. Baby, you're the one. You can turn me on. You can make me make me whole again. Make me a whole again. Atomic Kitten, what people are saying? Yeah, I don't know that song. Whole Again by Atomic Kitten. That was not big in the US. So I don't know that one. But that's what he's singing. And there are a bunch of people who dressed like the sweaters behind him. So that was he was singing. Next up is it's Cornelia Jacobs. The way I plan. I know this song either. It said on the screen, but it went away. No way. And so she's mumbling. When I can't sleep through the only night. To you. Oh, I turned to another one. Like the flower. Oh, one of the Spice Girls. I turn to you. You're the only one I'm upside down. She's in the water. Like they actually have a puddle of water there. She was sitting in a chair, Cornelia Jacobs. Yeah, so she's barefoot in a big thing water, and her hair is wet, and she is wet. I turn to you. That song, I know. This came out in the 90s, right? Late 90s, early 2000s. I think I was still in Germany at that point. That's why I know this one. I don't know a lot of UK songs. That's next. Okay, so she's done. We're moving on to, is that somebody else? Yeah. Liverpool met Eurovision. Sonia, I think, is next from 1993. Eurovision Grand Final, 1993. Sonia came second. They're showing the results coming in for the 1993. Second place for her. Ireland won, of course, that year. The game, so they have a long for Sonia, I guess. And then Ireland won that was so close between those two. And then 30 years later, Sonia is back. Oh, there she is on stage. And she's singing her song, Better the Devil You Know. Yeah. This should have won. I'm just saying. Make me feel my love is always true. So glad to have her there. Bunch of dancers. Yeah, it's very purple. She's wearing purple. The dancers are wearing purple. Where the devil you know and the devil you don't. Give my heart and my soul and you give me your love. Oh no. I love that song. I missed the 90s. I mean, I wasn't really. You know what I mean. No, and the devil you don't. Sorry, I have to sing along the song. How can you not? The stage has like some butterfly effect, very rainbowy butterfly effect. Devil you don't, and you devil you don't. And then she's done. Was that the last performance? Nope. Oh, it's Duncan Lawrence next. I know that song. And... wait. Don't tell me. What is it? Speak louder, Duncan. And oh, you never walk alone. I recognize it now. It took me a second. Right? Go. Yes. Yeah. Okay. Sorry about that. It takes me a while. It's probably set in the corner again, but by the time I look, it's gone already. Has North Macedonia confirmed their entry next year for junior? Yes, but not for the adult version yet. Hopefully they'll be back because it's just a money thing. But I think they had every intent of returning the following year. So I'm very, very hopeful. Yeah, okay. That song is famous, but yeah, it doesn't. I don't feel like it's a good song for Duncan's voice. But that's just me. Well, this takes forever. All right, so any questions at ESC United? As always, Bravo Matt on Eurovision 24. One day. Maybe the song is just a little draggy right now. Oh, now I see. Oh, they're all going to come together on stage now. I saw Ruslana dancing in the back, swaying. Oh, they're all singing together now. Well, mostly just Duncan, but all the others joining here on stage, including the hosts. This is a song about unity, because you see all the people with the Ukrainian flags celebrating elsewhere. And the message of the song is clear, obviously, you never walk alone. It's a nice moment, actually. I do like that. This is how United by Music is a very powerful tool here, and I think they're executing that quite well here. Ooh. That was very, very sweet. Yeah, and you see all Ruslan and all the people in solidarity on screen. It's just solidarity there. It's just very, very touching. And how can you not get emotional? I'm not crying. Whew, but yeah, that gets you. This will be such a moment. The crowd will sound incredible singing. Yes, and the lights up, the flashlights. It'll be a beautiful moment. I will see you tonight, and I'll hope you'll be back for that while we talk this through. Are you not allowed to broadcast live audio from the jury show tonight at all? Nope. We are not allowed not to have any sound. We are not even allowed to be in the press center anymore, live streaming. So the EBU is very, very adamant about that. And they just really changed, in my opinion, for the worst. But that is just, it is what it is. It really impacts our ability to do stuff. Po, 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 po. I'm saying po, po, po because we do have another recap. When are they bring back? Oops, the jury versus it's 29. So that was not the one I wanted to click on, but there's still good information to have. When are they bringing back switch song interval? I don't know what switch song is. Oh, you mean like switch song, like what they did in Tel Aviv? Oh, I'd love that, but I cannot always repeat the same tricks. Everyone wants to leave their own stamp on their hosting. Who do you think the special guest will be tomorrow? Well, there are rumors about Paul McCartney. Whether or not that is true, I don't know. But that has been floating around. Maybe it's a really big current name. Are we going to have something like Adele? I don't know. Who do you think won the semis night? I for Austria. I don't think it was Austria. I don't think they would have put Austria in the first running order if they won. I think it's Australia. Or, yeah, that would be my guess. Roger Taylor is a special guest, isn't he? That was a special guest? Oh, could be, I guess, because he was playing the drums. I didn't think of that he was considered the special guest. Oopsie. Very special. It's Blanca live backing vocal. So there's you cannot have, she has 4 dancers, so all she can have is 1 additional vocalist, because you're not allowed to have a backup track sing the melody for her. Come on, in a cha-cha-cha. I'm just listening a little bit here. I'm very disappointed. Hero from Georgia is absent from the final game. I'm not ready to talk about this, Adam. I'm very disappointed as well. But I saw as soon as like Albania and both Poland were in, I'm like, that was the end of the road for Georgia, because we all could predict the 3 remaining qualifiers at that point. So yeah, it sucks. I think the UK isn't looking good at all in this year's hosting. They will bring the Dua Lipas, Adele for when the year after. We shall see. I'm still holding on to hope. Don't forget my way, yeah. So we had Ukraine running order. Could you see Spain dropping out of the top 10? Well, nothing is impossible. I honestly would be very surprised, because as of right now, I have Spain as the top 3 in the juries. She would have to desperately flop with the televoters for that to happen. Is it possible? Yeah. Is it likely? No. So if you ask me right now, I would not feel comfortable putting Spain outside the top 10 in my in my ranking, just based on the very likely jury support, unless they completely don't get it either. I read a lot of people found Georgia repetitive and they couldn't understand what she was saying. That is true. No, that is true. And I always said about it, I like the staging very much. The staging was really beautiful, but I never thought that the song itself had the it factor to go all the way. Even though I had as a qualifier, I thought it just was not as of a competitive semi. I thought it would be enough. But yeah, it just wasn't enough to carry it through, unfortunately. And then now there was this clip of her circling around on social media and people looking at her being very, very upset about not qualifying. It breaks my heart. I didn't want to look at it because, I can only imagine how hard it must be, because she is such a sweet girl and she wanted to do this so badly. So it does suck. So in behind the podium, the vote is about to close. And they're going to do that countdown. 10, 9, 8. And you see it on the screen again, like always. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Voting now. Okay, I just like to say that as well. So now is Graham Norton. ABBA. They're talking about ABBA. Eurovision can create stars. Oh, and then one of the guys from ABBA is doing a quick introduction there. It's nice to see him again. talked about his experience. He says, "Who would have thought that we would have a museum about us 50 years later?" And performing as the avatars, and then the movie Mamma Mia, and talking about how recent acts seeing great success, and it starts with Eurovision, showing Måneskin right now, and the 3 billion Spotify streams that they're on Jimmy Kimmel, and Flash to Sam Ryder, winning the it's a Brit Award nominee. And then in Snap, of course. She's performing in the US as well. #2 song worldwide. Duncan Lawrence performing his song. Over 1 billion streams. A gold and platinum. And he's talking about how it's changed everything for him. And yeah. Bjorn is his name, right? Yeah. Good luck. And who knows where the journey will take you. Just a very little, like, you know, nudge at ABBA, the classics. I keep forgetting which is Bjorn. Yeah, it's Bjorn. It's Bjorn. So they're talking to Martin Osterdahl right now that the votes are in order. That means we're getting the fake results. The national jury vote is about to start. Let's see how it's going to look. They're not going to go through all of them, but I'm still excited. That's still open. It's so excited. They usually do like the first 2 or 3, and then they just jump to the end. Tonight, though, they will go through the entire thing because all the spokespeople have to rehearse as well. Just right now, it's just going to be quick. I just heard that Armenia censored the Azeri performance. Don't know if that is true. I don't think that is true. If that was the case, then Armenia would be out of Eurovision. Any kind of censorship, you are out. And that's one thing the EBU, to their credit, takes very, very seriously. So I would be surprised. Will you be streaming tonight? Yes. I will stream tonight with Roy and probably Sean. We start around, well, it's 7:45 our time. And it's very important. It's a jury show. Graham was like, why did they leave us in charge of that? The results. So Hannah and Graham will do the results. At least the jury results. So Ukraine will vote first. And Ukraine gets 10 fake votes to Israel, 8 fake votes to Australia, 7 to Estonia, 6 to Sweden, 5 to Italy, 4 to Slovenia, 3 to Lithuania, 2 to Armenia, and 1 to Switzerland. It's fake. It's fake. It's random. Okay. The 12 points from the fake Ukrainian vote goes to Poland. Poland gets 12 fake points from Ukraine. Next year is up its last year's host, Italy. So Italy is also fake voting, giving 10 fake result points to Armenia, 8 to Israel, 7 to Ukraine, 6 to Lithuania, 5 to Cyprus, 4 to Poland, 3 to Belgium, and then the rest I couldn't see. 12 points from Italy, fake, go to Spain. Spain gets 12 fake points. There you have it. Whoop, whoop, whoop. Latvia is next. I think they're going to go for all 37, but Latvia will be third, apparently, with 10 to Norway, 8 Australia, 7 Slovenia, 6 Cyprus, 5 Moldova, 4 Albania, 3 Ukraine, 2 Croatia, 1 Israel. And the Latvian jury is going to give 12 points, fake points, to Israel is in the lead with 19 right now. 12 points go to Sweden. Sweden gets 12 points. It's very blue. The background is blue, and then you just see the flag. It's white line. It looks fairly normal. Nothing like to report on the scoreboard. It looks pretty clear. So 12 fake points to Sweden from Latvia. Netherlands will be next, fourth. And that's 10 to Czechia, 8 to Portugal, and 7 to Ukraine. I'm not going to go for all of them. It's too much work. But Netherlands will be fourth, apparently. And the 12 points go to fake results. Sweden again. Another fake 12 points for Sweden. So Malta is next. And Malta gives 10 points to Sweden, 8 to Armenia, and 7 to Czechia. So Malta, number 5. Maybe they're going for all of them individually. They didn't usually do it in the past. They're just going to skip right to the end. And it's not the real spokesperson. It's one same person, basically, for every result. The 12 points go to Croatia, gets 12 points from Malta in the fake result. Sweden is in the lead right now in the jury fake result with 40. So Sweden is currently the leader in the fake results. Moldova is next. Moldova is going to give their points next. Country number 6 with 10 to Switzerland, 8 to Germany, and 7 to Slovenia. Are they practicing Sweden's victory? Maybe. Maybe. The only countries on 0 are Serbia, France, and UK. 12 gets 12 points from the fake jury here. I wonder how they do fake results. It's mostly just random. They just pick random countries. Sometimes they want to test a close result, where one country is leading, and then at the very end, another one catches them up at the end, that kind of stuff. So there's not much. They just pick random countries to create a specific setup. Ireland is number 7th, by the way, I think, right? With Croatia getting 10, Norway 8, and Finland 7 points. No fake results for UK yet from Ireland. But the 12 points for the Sweden still in the lead. Slovenia 2nd. Cyprus gets 12 points from the fake result jury here from Ireland. Not enough. Sweden still had like 11 points in the fake results. Oh my god. Oh my god. What do you think the split between Graham presenting and commentating is? I don't know. I mean, I don't know how the commentating works with him. So I cannot really speak. I can only see him like doing his hosting stuff, and it's a little odd right now because it's all just rehearsing. It's very, very slow pace. Now there's a delay in the results. They're all just looking at the screen and waiting for the next thing to come up. It is possible they're just going to skip ahead now. I don't know. They're all just standing there quietly at the thing. So there's a delay. Hold on tight. Oh, they went to the halfway point of the jury vote. They just skipped ahead. And at the halfway point is Sweden, number 1, Slovenia, number 2, and Israel, number 3. Those are your top 3 halfway through the jury votes. Although the points seem off. You cannot be halfway through the show and have only 40 points as the leader. So now there's again an awkward pause while they're waiting for more. So it could all change. So they're just chatting right now with the guys in the ears. So now it's just again, they're all like, so now they're doing the fake interview with Sweden about being in the lead right now. But spoiler alert, it's not Lorraine, it's a stage person, like one of the volunteers. It would make sense if Ukraine gave 12 to Czechia, right? I could see that, yes. Definitely with the televote, who knows what happens in the jury vote, but it would make a whole lot of sense. I would agree with that. Excuse me for a second. So much better. Who are representing the results from signing Graham Norton and Hannah Waddingham are doing that together. At least the jury results. It may change for the televote, but for the jury, it'll be Graham and Hannah doing it. Are there still any zeros? So we don't see the scoreboard right now, but the last time I saw it, there were 3 countries on 0 still, including the UK, France, and somebody else. And now they're going to Slovenia. So Slovenia is currently being interviewed, who are the fake second placers. Do you know Madame's song from Sanremo this year? Could she have won it again for Italy? I did not watch Sanremo this year, so I cannot speak for that. So my answer is no, I don't know. I can't do Sanremo, it's too long. Okay, so once again, Sweden is leading the first fake results of this season, followed by Slovenia in second place. I think it was Israel in third, if I'm not mistaken. So stay tuned for this exciting outcome. Who will win the fake results? So now we're getting a little graphic here with Moroccan oil all on there. And we're going back to Hannah and Graham, who will continue with the jury results. That is funny. She's talking to someone in the ear, but it was funny. She's like, and here are, wait, can we even do that? I don't know what she was referring to, but it's just funny. Oh, they turned off the suspense music. She's making funny faces. She said, I need to get used to doing that, whatever she's referring to. So we don't have time for me to do the recap thing? She's saying? She's like, I know I've done it. And that's about it. Now they're just standing there quietly. She's nodding. She's hearing something. I guess she wasn't supposed to give a recap. To her. Okay. They are moving to the final jury. So I'm kind of skipping all of that as expected, and then moving to the top of the arena, where Belgium gets 10 points, Switzerland 8 and 7. I think that was Catherine Tate who's hosting it, right? So Oh dear, Ukraine is leading the fake vote right now. Armenia second, Israel third. Ukraine won the fake jury vote. But Finland gets 12 points for Finland in the fake. So it's Ukraine, Armenia, Israel. No, wait. Ukraine, Finland. Finland is second now in the jury vote. It just happened so fast. It's so hard to see. Okay, so we have all the jury votes in. They skipped ahead by quite a bit. Keep in mind, tonight, all the spokespeople have to rehearse as well. So they'll be doing that. So Ukraine is one, Finland second, Armenia third, Israel, Cyprus, Sweden, Czechia, Slovenia, Australia, Albania, Lithuania is last, then France, then Spain, Serbia, Germany, United Kingdom. That's the bottom. So again, Ukraine in the lead, Finland second, Armenia third, Israel fourth. Again, this is fake. Fake, fake, fake. Fakey, fake, fake. Ukraine has 147. Finland has 125. So it's very low scores, obviously. Could you imagine that being the actual results, like such disagreement? So now they're going to Ukraine in the green room. Alicia is doing the interviews there. Yeah. All right. Well, that's just what's happening there right now. We're just waiting for the actual televote results. I only have a few minutes left. Actually, I don't have any time left. So as much as I would stick around for the actual results from the televotes, I have to run to the press center and do a video, I guess, and do some work. But I will be back tonight. I'm going to put up the link in just a little bit for the jury show. You want to be here for that because this actually matters. 50% of the results will be decided tonight. And everyone, you know, will give their best and give their all to impress the juries because they're sometimes even more picky. So I'll see you all then, okay? Thank you so much for watching. And sorry I couldn't stick around for the fake results, but they'll be on Twitter. So check them out, okay? And I'll see you in a bit.